Chapter 1. Medical Inquiries and Observations, Volume 4, Part 1. An account of the bilious remitting and intermitting tell-low fever as it appeared in Philadelphia in 1797. An account in the winter of 1797 was in general healthy. During the spring, which was cold and wet, no diseases of any consequence occurred. The spring vegetables were late in coming to maturity, and there were everywhere in the neighborhood of Philadelphia scanty crops of hay. In June and July there fell but little rain. Dysenteries, choleras, scarlatina, and mumps appeared in the suburbs in the latter month. On the 8th of July I visited Mr. Frisk, and on the 25th of the same month I visited Mr. Charles Burrell in the yellow fever, in consultation with Dr. Physic. They both recovered by the use of plentiful depleting remedies. The weather from the 2d to the 9th of August was rainy. On the 1st of this month, I was called to visit Mr. Nathaniel Lewis in a malignant bilious fever. On the 3rd, I visited Mr. Elisha Hall with the same disease. He had been ill several days before I saw him. Both these gentlemen died on the 6th of the month. They were both very yellow after death. Mr. Hale had a black vomiting on the day he died. The news of the death of these two citizens with unequivocal symptoms of yellow fever excited a general alarm in the city. Attempts were made to trace it to importation, but a little investigation soon proved that it was derived from the foul air of a ship which had just arrived from Marseille, and which discharged her cargo at Pine Street Wharf near the stores occupied by Mr. Lewis and Mr. Hall. Many other persons about the same time, rare affected with the fever from the same cause, in Water and Penn Streets. About the middle of the month, a ship from Hamburg communicated the disease, by means of her foul air, to the village of Kensington. It prevailed, moreover, in many instances in the suburbs, and in Kensington, from putrid exhalations from gutters and marshy grounds, at a distance from the Delaware, and from the foul ships which have been mentioned. Proofs of the truth of each of these assertions were afterwards laid before the public. Bilious yellow fever of 1797. The disease was confined chiefly to the district of Southwark and the village of Kensington for several weeks. In September and October, many cases occurred in the city, but most of them were easily traced to the above sources. The following account of the weather during the months of August, September, and October was obtained from Mr. Thomas Pryor. It is different from the weather in 1793. It is of consequence to attend to this fact, inasmuch as it shows that an inflammatory constitution of the atmosphere can exist under different circumstances of the weather. It likewise accounts for the variety in the symptoms of the fever in different years and countries. Such is the influence of season and climate upon the symptoms of this fever, that it led Dr. McIntyre to suppose that the yellow fever of Charleston, so accurately described by Dr. Lining, in the second volume of the Physical and Literary Essays of Edinburgh, was a different disease from the yellow fever of the West Indies. An account of the meteorological observations made ICV Philadelphia, August 1797. There, balm 5 winds and weather, 36 s et Cane in the forenoon and afternoon. Ne by e cloudy to rain. In the afternoon and night, wind e by any morning, and all day and night. E rained hard all day, and at night, wind light, SW cloudy, rain this morning. The air extremely damp, wind shifted to NW this evening, heavy showers with thunder, heavy NW cloudy, NW close day, rain in the evening, and all night, wind to EL, rain this morning. SW cloudy morning, rain all night, SW cloudy, rain in the morning, cloudy all day, rain at night, SW cloudy, rain all day, clear fine morning, clear fine morning. WNWN, WNWSW, clear fine morning. Cloudy and cloudy and dub cloudy. Rain with thunder at night, a fine shower. NW clear cloudy in the evening with thunder, WNW fine clear morning. XW clear to EE small shower this morning. Hard shower at 11 a.m. Wind NEM wind. Bilious yellow fever of 1797. August 1797. D there barom, winds and weather, E cloudy, at noon calm, calm morning and clear, NE clear rain in the afternoon thunder, with SE rain in the morning. Rained hard in the night with thunder, NW and LW fine clear morning. NW clear, Chu JE clear E. By S rain in the morning. SE cloudy, damp air and sultry. September 1797 there. J Bark M winds and weather. 7380 S, W cloudy, damp air, rain in the morning. NW clear. Cloudy in the evening with lightning to the southward. And by W cloudy, clear in the afternoon and night. WNW clear, fine morning. NW clear. Cloudy in the evening. Fresh at E clear. Rain in the evening. E clear, cloudy in the evening. NE clear and cool morning. Flying clouds at noon. ENE clear. NE clear, fine morning. We flying clouds. WNWN clear, cool morning. An account of the September 1797 D. There, Barham 22, 56, 23, T56, 24, 52, 25, 56, 274, Buai 28, 48, 29, 54, 30, 60, 67, 30, 70, 29, 73, 29, 2Q winds. Weather, 30 SW cloudy, clear in the afternoon. SW clear, SW rain in the morning, cloudy in the afternoon. NW clear, NW clear, NW clear, fine morning. WNW NY clear, fine morning. NW clear, fine morning. New moon at 9:50 morning. NTE clear, fine morning to SE in the evening. Cloudy at night. NW rain in the morning. Rain at night. NE cloudy E by S clear, fine morning. Cloudy at night. What in the clear, fine morning. Clear all day. E in the morning. Flying clouds. NW clear, fine morning. Clear all day. WNW clear, fine morning. Clear all day. E clear, fine morning. Rain in the night. Bilious yellow fever of 1797. October 1797. B. Etherbarom, winds and weather. 5, 6 JNE rain this morning. And great part of the day. NW clear, SE clear. Air damp. WNW 6. JWNW to S by W in the evening. Clear all day. White frost this morning. 5-3. BDW clear. Fine morning. VV highos. CGVD cloudy. Ram in the night. 5 cloudy this morning. Airship wind shift to WNVV blows fresh. WNVV clear morning. IRES by and morning in the evening. WNW Steven clear. Frost this morning. 1/3 and WNW cloudy K. Cheese WNVV clear. Ice this morning. GIVVNW clear. VVNW clear, fine morning. VVNW clear, fine morning. AlVVNW clear, fine clay. NW clear, fine clay, Joanie. Shoot. Rain in the afternoon and night. Blows fresh with a little rain. Thunder in the night with rain. NW rain in morning. VV clear, fine morning. NE shooty. A great deal of rain in the night. NE clear, fine morning. VVNVW clear. Arshat, SW clear, VVN1 clear. Hard frost this morning. WSVV cloudy part of this day. Clear the remainder. B. In addition to die register of the weather, it may not be improper to add that mosquitoes were more numerous during the prevalence of the fever than in 1793. An unusual number of ants and cockroaches were likewise observed, and it was said that the martins and swallows disappeared for a while from the city and its neighborhood. A disease prevailed among the cats some weeks before the yellow fever appeared in the city. It excited a belief in an unwholesome state of the atmosphere and apprehensions of a sickly fall. It generally proved fatal to them. After the first week in September, there were no diseases to be seen but yellow fever. In that part of the town, which is between Walnut and Vine Streets, it was uncommonly healthy. A similar retreat of inferior diseases has been observed to take place during the prevalence of the plague in London, Holland, and Germany, according to the histories of that disease by Sydenham, Dimmerbrook, Sennertus, and Heldanus. It appears from the register of the weather that it rained during the greatest part of the day on the 1st of October. The effects of this rain upon the disease shall be mentioned hereafter. On the 10th, the weather became cool, and on the nights of the 12th and bilious yellow fever of 1797. 11/13th of the month, there was a frost accompanied with ice, which appeared to give a sudden and complete check to the disease. The reader will probably expect an account of the effects of this distressing epidemic upon the public mind. The terror of the citizens for a while was very great. Rumors of an opposite and contradictory nature of the increase and mortality of the fever were in constant circulation. A stoppage was put to business, and it was computed that about 2/3 of the inhabitants left the city. The legislature of the state early passed a law granting $10 for the relief of the sufferers by the fever. The citizens in and out of town, as also many of the citizens of our sister states, contributed more than that sum for the same charitable purpose. This money was issued by a committee appointed by the governor of the state. An hospital for the reception of the poor was established on the east side of the river Schuylkill and amply provided with everything necessary for the accommodation of the sick. Tents were likewise pitched on the east side of Schuylkill, to which ill those people were invited who were exposed to dagger all taking the disease, and who had means to provide a more comfortable retreat for themselves in the country. I am sorry to add that the moral effects of the fever upon the minds of our citizens were confined chiefly to these acts of benevolence. Many of the publications in the newspapers upon its existence, mode of cure, and origin partook of a virulent spirit, which ill accorded with the distresses of the city. It was a cause of lamentation, likewise, to many serious people, that the citizens in general were less disposed than in 1793 to acknowledge the agency of a divine hand in their afflictions. In some a levity of mind appeared upon this solemn occasion. A worthy bookseller gave me a melancholy proof of this assertion by informing me that he had never been asked for playing cards so often in the same time as he had been during the prevalence of the fever. Philadelphia was not the only place in the United States which suffered by the yellow fever. It prevailed at the same time at Providence, in Ford Island, at Norfolk in Virginia, at Baltimore, and in many of the country towns of New England, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Bilious yellow fever of 1797. 13. The influenza followed the yellow fever, as it did in the year 1793. It made its appearance in the latter end of October, and affected chiefly those citizens who had been out of town. The predisposing causes of the yellow fever in the year 1797 were the same as in the year 1793. Strangers were as usual most subject to it. The heat of the body in such persons in the West Indies has been found to be between 3 and 4 degrees above that of the temperature of the natives. This fact is taken notice of by Dr. McKitterick, and to this he ascribes in part the predisposition of newcomers to the yellow fever. In addition to the common exciting causes of this disease formerly enumerated, I have only to add that it was induced in one of my patients by smoking a cigar. He had not been accustomed to the use of tobacco. I saw no new premonitory symptoms of this fever except a toothache. It occurred in Dr. Physick, Dr. Caldwell, and in my pupil, Mr. Bellinger. In Miss Elliot, there was such a soreness in her teeth that she could hardly close her mouth on the day in which she was attacked by the fever. Neither 14 an account of the peeps of all these persons had taken mercury to obviate the disease. I shall now deliver a short account of the symptoms of the yellow fever, as they appeared in several of the different systems of the body. There was but little difference in the state of the pulse in this epidemic from what has been recorded in the fevers of 1793 and 1794. I perceived a pulse in several cases which felt like a soft couai, one which had been shattered by being trodden upon. It occurred in Dr. Jones and Dr. Dobell, and in several other persons who had been worn down by great fatigue, and it was in every instance followed by a fatal issue of the fever. In Dr. Jones, this state of the pulse was accompanied with such a difficulty of breathing that every breath he drew on the day of his attack, he informed me, was the effort of a sigh. He died on the 17th of September, and on the 6th day of his fever, the action of the arteries was, as usual, very irregular in many cases. In some, there was a distressing throbbing of the vessels in the brain, and in one of my patients, a similar sensation in the bowels, but without pain. Many people had issues of blood from their blisters in this fever. Bilious yellow fever of 1797-15. I saw nothing new in the effects of the fever upon the liver, lungs, brain, nor upon the stomach and bowels. The excretions were distinguished by no unusual marks. I met with no recoveries where there were not black stools. They excoriated the rectum in Dr. Way. It was a happy circumstance where morbid bilious matter came away in the beginning of the disease. but it frequently resisted the most powerful cathartics until the 5th or 7th day of the fever, at which time it appeared rather to yield to the disorganization of the liver than to medicine. Where sufficient bloodletting had been previously used, the patient frequently recovered, even after the black discharges from the bowels took place in a late stage of the disease. Dr. Cox informed me that he attended a child of 17 months old which had white stools for several days. Towards the close of its disease, it had black stools, and soon afterwards died. Several of my patients discharged worms during the fever. In one instance, they were discharged from the mouth. Ka preternatural frequency in making pale water attended the first attack of the disease in Mr. Joseph Fish. A discharge of an unusual quantity of urine preceded, a few hours, the death of the daughter of Mrs. Red. In 2 of my patients, there was a total suppress, scion of urine. In one of them, it continued 5 days without exciting any pain. There was no disposition to sweat after the 1st and 2nd days of the fever. Even in those states of the fever in which the intermissions were most complete, there was seldom any moisture or even softness on the skin. This was so characteristic of malignity in the bilious fever that where I found the opposite state of the skin, towards the close of a paroxysm, I did not hesitate to encourage my patient by assuring him that his fever was of a mild nature and would most probably be safe in its issue. I saw no unusual marks of the disease in the nervous system. The mind was seldom affected BV delirium after the loss of blood. There was a bilious yellow fever of 1797. 17 disposition to shed tears in 2 of my patients. One of them wept during the whole time of a paroxysm of the fever. In one case, I observed an uncommon dullness of apprehension, with no other mark of a diseased state of the mind. It was in a man whose faculties in ordinary health acted with celerity and vigor. Dr. Caldwell informed me of a singular change which took place in the operations of his mind during his recovery from the fever. His imagination carried him back to an early period of his life and engaged him for a day or 2 in playing with a bow and arrow and in amusements of which he had been fond when a boy. A similar change occurred in the mind of my former pupil, Dr. Fisher, during his convalescence from the yellow fever in 1793. He amused himself for 2 days in looking over the pictures of a family Bible which lay in his room, and declared that he found the same kind of pleasure in this employment that he did when a child. However uninteresting these facts may now appear, the time will come when they may probably furnish useful hints for completing the physiology and pathology of the mind. Where bloodletting had not been used, patients frequently died of convulsions. L4CO4, the senses of seeing and feeling were impaired in several cases. Mrs. Bradford's vision was so weak that she hardly knew her friends at her bedside. I had great pleasure in observing this alarming symptom suddenly yield to the loss of 4 ounces of blood. Several persons who died of this fever did not, from the beginning to the end of the disease, feel any pain. I shall hereafter endeavor to explain the cause of this insensible state of the nerves. The appetite for food was unimpaired for 3 days in Mr. Andrew Brown, at a time when his pulse indicated a high grade of the fever. I heard of several persons who ate with avidity just before they died. V-glandular swellings were very uncommon in this fever. I should have ascribed their absence to the copious use of depleting remedies in my practice. Had I not been informed that morbid affections of the lymphatic glands were unknown in the city hospital, where bloodletting was seldom used, and where the patients, in many instances, died before they had time to take medicine of any kind. Bilious yellow fever of 1797, 1906. The skin was cool, dry, smooth, and even shining in some cases. Yellowness was not universal. Those small red spots which have been compared to mosquito bites occurred in several of my patients. Dr. John Duffield, who acted as house surgeon and apothecary at the city hospital, informed me that he saw vibuses on the skin in many cases, and that they were all more or less sore to the touch. 7. The blood was dissolved. That appearance of the blood, which has been compared to the washings of flesh, was very common. It was more or less sizy towards the close of the disease in most cases. I have suspected from this circumstance that this mark of ordinary morbid action or inflammation was in part the effect of the mercury acting upon the blood vessels. It is well known that sizzy blood generally accompanies a salivation. If this conjecture be well-founded, it will not militate against the use of mercury in malignant fever, for it shows that this valuable medicine possesses a power of changing an extraordinary and dangerous degree of morbid action in the blood vessels to that which is more common and safe. I have seldom seen a yellow fever terminate fatally after the appearance of sizy blood. Joe, an account of the doctor's steward, informed me that in those cases in which the serum of the blood had a yellow color, it imparted a saline taste only to his tongue. He was the more struck with this fact as he perceived a strong bitter state upon his skin in a severe attack of the yellow fever in 1793. I proceed next to take notice of the type of the fever. In many cases, it appeared in the form of a remitting and intermitting fever. The quotidian and tertian forms were most common. In Mr. Robert Wharton, it appeared in the form of a quart, but it frequently assumed the character which is given of the same fever in Charleston by Dr. Lining. It came on without chills, and continued without any remission for 3 days, after which the patient believed himself to be well, and sometimes rose from his bed, and applied to business. On the 4th or 5th day, the fever returned, and unless copious evacuations had been used in the early stage of the disease, it generally proved fatal. Sometimes the powers of the system were depressed below their turn of active fever, and the patient sunk away by an easy death, without pain, heat, or a quick pulse. I have been much puzzled to distinguish a crisis of the fever on the 3rd or 4th bilious yellow fever of 1797. 21 days from the insidious appearance which has been described. It deceived me in 1793. It may be known by a preternatural coolness in the skin and languor in the pulse, by an inability to sit up long without fatigue or faintness, by a dull eye, and by great depression of mind, or such a flow of spirits as sometimes to produce a declaration from the patient that he feels too well. Where these symptoms appear, the patient should be informed of his danger, and urged to the continuance of such remedies as are proper for him. The following states or forms were observable in the fever. 1, in a few cases, the miasmata produced death in 4 and 20 hours, with convulsions, coma, or apoplexy. There were open cases in which the pulse was full and tense, as in a pleurisy or rheumatism, from the beginning to the end of the fever. They were generally attended with a good deal of pain. There were depressed or locked cases in which there were a sense of great debility, but little or no pain, a depressed and slow pulse, a cool skin, cold hands and feet, and obstructed excretions. 4. There were divided or mixed cases in which the pulse was active until the 4th day, after which it became depressed. All the other symptoms of the locked state of the fever accompanied this depressed state of the pulse. 5. There were cases in which the pulse imparted a perception like that of a soft and shattered quill. I have before mentioned that this state of the pulse occurred in Dr. Jones and Dr. Dobell. I felt it but once, and on the day of his attack in the latter gentleman, and expressed my opinion of his extreme danger to one of my pupils upon my return from visiting him. I did not meet with a case which terminated favorably where I perceived this shattered pulse. A disposition to sweat occurred in this state of the fever. 6. There were what Dr. Caldwell happily called walking cases. The patients here were flushed or pale, had a full or tense pulse, but complained of no pain, had a good appetite, and walked about their rooms or houses, as if they were but little indisposed until a day or two, and, in some instances, until a few hours before they died. We speak of bilious yellow fever of 1797-23, a dumb gout and dumb rheumatism. With equal propriety, the epithet might be applied to this form of yellow fever in its early stage. The impression of the root cause of the fever in these cases was beyond sensation, for upon removing a part of it by bleeding or purging, the patients complained of pain, and the excitement of the muscles passed so completely into the blood vessels and alimentary canal as to convert the fever into a common and more natural form. These cases were always dangerous, and when neglected, generally terminated in death. Mr. Brown's fever came on in this insidious shape. It was cured by the loss of upwards of 100 ounces of blood and a plentiful salivation. 7. There was the intermitting form in this fever. This, like the last, often deceived the patient by leading him to suppose his disease was of a common or trifling nature. It prevented Mr. Richard Smith from applying for medical aid in an attack of the fever for several days, by which means it made such an impression upon his viscera that depleting remedies were in vain used to cure him. He died in the prime of life, beloved and lamented by a numerous circle of relations and friends. 8. There was a form of this fever in which it resembled the mild remittent of common seasons. It was distinguished from it chiefly by the black color of the intestinal evacuations. 9. There were cases of this fever so light that patients were said to be neither sick nor well, or, in other words, they were sick and well half a dozen times in a day. Such persons walked about and transacted their ordinary business, but complained of dullness, and occasionally of shooting pains in their heads. Sometimes the stomach was affected with sickness, and the bowels with diarrhea or costiveness. All of them complained of night sweats. The pulse was quicker than natural, but seldom had that convulsive action which constitutes fever. Purges always brought away black stools from such patients, and this circumstance served to establish its relationship to the prevailing epidemic. Now and then, by neglect or improper treatment, it assumed a higher and more dangerous grade of the fever, and became fatal, but it more commonly yielded to nature, or to a single dose of purging physic. 10. There were a few cases in which the skin was affected with universal yellowness, but without more pain or indisposition than usually occurs in the jaundice. They were very frequent in the year bilious yellow fever of 1797. 1793, and generally prevail in the autumn, in all places subject to bilious fever. 11. There were chronic cases of this fever. It is from the want of observation that physicians limit the duration of the yellow fever to certain days. I have seen many instances in which it has been protracted into what is called by authors a slow, nervous fever. The wife of Captain Peter Bell died with a black vomiting after an illness of nearly 1 month. Dr. Pinkard, formerly one of the physicians of the British Army in the West Indies, in a late visit to this city informed me that he had often seen the yellow fever put on a chronic form in the West India Islands. In delivering this detail of the various forms of the yellow fever, I am aware that I oppose the opinions of many of my medical brethren, who ascribe to it a certain uniform character which is removed beyond the influence of climate, habit, predisposition, and the different strengths and combinations of remote and exciting causes. This uniformity in the symptoms of this fever is said to exist in the West Indies, and every deviation from it in the United States is called by another name. The following communication, which I received from Dr. Pinkard, will show that this disease is as different in its forms in the West Indies as it is in this country. The yellow fever, as it appeared among the troops in Guiana and the West India Islands in the years 1796 and 1797, exhibited such perpetual instability and varied so incessantly in its character that I could not discover any one symptom to be decidedly diagnostic, and hence I have been led into an opinion that the yellow fever, so-called, is not a distinct or specific disease, but merely an aggravated degree of the common remittent or bilious fever of hot climates, rendered irregular in form and augmented in malignity from appearing in subjects unaccustomed to this climate. Philadelphia, January 12, 1798. Many other authorities equally respectable with Dr. Pinkard's, among whom are Pringle, Huck, and Hunter, might be adduced in support of the unity of bilious fever, but to multiply them further would be an act of homage to the weakness of human reason and an acknowledgment of the infant state of our knowledge in medicine. As well might we suppose nature to be an artist, and that diseases were shaped by her like a piece of statuary. Bilious yellow fever of 1797. 27, or a suit of clothes by means of a chisel, or a pair of scissors, as admit every different form and grade of morbid action in the system to be a distinct disease. Notwithstanding the fever put on the 11 forms which have been described, the moderate cases were few compared with those of a malignant and dangerous nature. It was upon this account that the mortality was greater in the same number of patients, who were treated with the same remedies, than it was in the years 1793 and 1794. The disease, moreover, partook of a more malignant character than the two epidemics that have been mentioned. The yellow fever in Norfolk doctors Taylor and Hansford informed me in a letter I received from them, was much more malignant and fatal under equal circumstances than it was in 1795. There were evident marks of the disease attacking more persons 3 days before, and 3 days after the full and change of the moon, and of more deaths occurring at those periods than at any other time. The same thing has been remarked in the plague by Dimer Brock, in the fevers of Bengal by Dr. Balfour, and in those of Demerara by Dr. Pinkard. During the prevalence of the fever, I attended the following persons who had been affected by the epidemic of 1793, viz. Dr. Physic, Thomas Learning, Thomas Canby, Samuel Bradford, and George Locksley, also Mrs. Egger, who had a violent attack of it in the year 1794. Samuel Bradford was likewise affected by it in 1794. During my intercourse with the sick, I felt the miasmata of the fever operate upon my system in the most sensible manner. It produced languor, a pain in my head, and sickness at my stomach. A sighing attended me occasionally for upwards of 2 weeks. This symptom left me suddenly, and was succeeded b.v. a hoarseness, and at times with such a feebleness in my voice as to make speaking painful to me. Having observed this affection of the trachea to be a precursor of the fever in several cases, it kept me under daily apprehensions of being confined by it. It gradually went off after the 1st of October. I ascribed my recovery from it and a sudden diminution of the effects of the miasmata upon my system to a change produced in the atmosphere by the rain which fell on that day. The peculiar matter emitted by the breath or perspiration of persons affected by this fever induced a sneezing in Dr. Dobell every time he went bilious yellow fever of 1797, 29 into a sick room. Ambrose Perry says the same thing occurred to him. Upon entering the room of patients confined by the plague, the gutters emitted in many places a sulphurous smell during the prevalence of the fever. Upon rubbing my hands together, I could at any time excite a similar smell in them. I have taken notice of this effect of the matters which produced the disease upon the body in the year 1794. In order to prevent an attack of the fever, I carefully avoided all its exciting causes. I reduced my diet and lived sparingly upon tea, coffee, milk, and the common fruits and garden vegetables of the season, with a small quantity of salted meat and smoked herring. My drinks were milk and water, weak claret and water, and weak porter and water. I sheltered myself as much as possible from the rays of the sun and from the action of the evening air, and accommodated my dress to the changes in the temperature of the atmosphere. By similar means, I have reason to believe many hundred people escaped the disease who were constantly exposed to it. The number of deaths by the fever in the months of August, September, and October amounted to between 10 and 1,100. In the list of the dead were 9 practitioners of physic, several of whom were gentlemen of the most respectable characters. This number will be thought considerable when it is added that not more than 3 or 4 and 20 physicians attended patients in the disease. Of the survivors of that number, 8 were affected with the fever. This extraordinary mortality and sickness among the physicians must be ascribed to their uncommon fatigue in attending upon the sick, and to their inability to command their time and labors, so as to avoid the exciting causes of the fever. Among the medical gentlemen whose deaths have been mentioned was my excellent friend, Dr. Nicholas Way. I shall carry to my grave an affectionate remembrance of him. We passed our youth together in the study of medicine, and lived to the time of his death in the habits of the tenderest friendship. In the year 1794, he removed from Wilmington in the Delaware State to Philadelphia, where his talents and manners soon introduced him into extensive business. His independent fortune furnished his friends with arguments to advise him to retire from the city upon the first appearance of the fever. But his humanity prevailed over the dictates of interest and the love of life. He was bilious yellow fever of 1797, 31 active and intelligent in suggesting and executing plans to arrest the progress of the disease and to lessen the distresses of the poor. On the 27th of August, he was seized after a ride from the country in the evening air with a chilly fit and fever. I saw him the next day and advised the usual depleting remedies. He submitted to my prescriptions with reluctance and in a sparing manner, from an opinion that his fever was nothing but a common remittent. To enforce obedience to my advice, I called upon Dr. Griffiths to visit Higham with me. Our combined exertions to overcome his prejudices against our remedies were ineffectual. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, on the 6th day of his disease, with an aching heart, I saw the sweat of death upon his forehead, and felt his cold arm without a pulse. He spoke to me with difficulty. Upon my rising from his bedside to leave him, his eyes filled with tears, and his countenance spoke a language which I am unable to describe. I promised to return in a short time, with a view of attending the last scene of his life. Immediately after I left his room, he went aloud. I returned hastily to him, and found him in convulsions. He died a few hours afterwards. Had I met with no other affliction in the autumn of 1797 than that which I experienced from this affecting scene, it would have been a severe one. But it was a part only of 32 in account of what I suffered from the death of other friends and from the malice of enemies. I beg the reader's pardon for this digression. It shall be the last time and place in which any notice shall be taken of my sorrows and persecutions in the course of these volumes. Soon after the citizens returned from the country, the governor of the state, Mr. Mifflin, addressed a letter to the College of Physicians of Philadelphia, requesting to know the origin, progress, and nature of the fever which had recently afflicted the city, and the means of preventing its return. He addressed a similar letter to me, to be communicated to such gentlemen of the Faculty of Medicine as were not members of the College of Physicians. The college, in a memorial to the legislature of the state, asserted that the fever had been imported in 2 ships, the one from Havana, the other from Port-au-Prince, and recommended, as the most effectual means of preventing its recurrence, a more rigid quarantine law. The gentlemen of the Faculty of Medicine, 13 in number, in 2 letters to the governor of the state, the one in their private capacity, and the bilious yellow fever of 1797. S.B. Other, after they had associated themselves into an academy of medicine, asserted that the fever had originated from the putrid exhalations from the gutters and streets of the city, and from ponds and marshy grounds in its neighborhood. Also from the foul air of 2 ships, the one from Marseilles and the other from Hamburg. They enumerated all the common sources of malignant fevers, and you recommended the removal of them from the city as the most effectual method of preventing the return of the fever. These sources of fever and the various means of destroying them shall be mentioned in another place. I proceed now to say a few words upon the treatment which was used in this fever. It was in general the same as that which was pursued in the fevers of 1793 and 1794. I began the cure in most cases by bleedings when I was called on the first day of the disease, and was happy in observing its usual salutary effects in its early stage. On the second day it frequently failed of doing service, and on the subsequent days of the fever I believe it often did harm, more especially if no other depleting remedy had preceded it. The violent action of the blood vessels in this disease, when left to itself for 2 or 3 days, fills and suffocates the viscera with such an immense mass of blood as to leave a quantity in the vessels so small as barely to keep up the actions of life. By abstracting but a few ounces of this circulating blood, we precipitate deaths. In those cases where a doubt is entertained of such an engorgement of stagnating blood having taken place, it will always be safest to take but 3 or 4 ounces at a time, and to repeat it 4 or 5 times a day. By this mode of bleeding, we give the viscera an opportunity of emptying their superfluous blood into the vessels, and thereby prevent their collapsing from the sudden abstraction of the stimulus which remained in them. I confine this observation upon bleeding, after the first stage of the disease, only to the epidemic of 1797. It was frequently effectual when used for the first time after the first and second days, in the fevers of 1793 and 1794, and it is often useful in the advanced stage of the common bilious fever. The different and contradictory accounts of the effects of bleeding in the yellow fever in the West Indies probably originate in its being used in different stages of the disease. Dr. Jackson of the British Army, in his late visit to Philadelphia, informed me that Lye had cured 19 out of 20 of all the soldiers whom he attended by copious bleeding, provided it was performed within 6 hours after bilious yellow fever of 1797. 35. The attack of the fever. Beyond that period, it mitigated its force, but seldom cured. The quantity of blood drawn by the doctor in this early stage of the disease was always from 20 to 30 ounces. I have said the yellow fever of 1797 was more malignant than the fevers of 1793 and 1794. Its resemblance to the yellow fever in the West Indies in not yielding to bleeding after the first day is a proof of this assertion. I was struck during my attendance upon this fever in observing the analogy between its mixed form and the malignant state of the smallpox. The fever in both continues for 3 or 4 days without any remission. They both have a second stage, in which death usually takes place if the diseases be left to themselves. BV means of copious bleeding in their first. They are generally deprived of their malignity and mortality in their second stage. This remark, so trite in the smallpox, has been less attended to in the yellow fever. The bleeding in the first stage of this disease does not, it is true, destroy altogether, any more than it destroys an eruption in the second stage of the smallpox, but it weakens it in such a manner that the patient passes through its second stage without pain or danger, and with no other aid after all medicine than what is commonly derived from good nursing, proper aliment, and a little gently opening physic. It is common with those practitioners who object to bleeding in the yellow fever to admit it occasion ally in robust habits. This rule leads to great error in practice. From the weak action of predisposing or exciting causes, the disease often exists in a feeble state in such habits, while from the protracted or violent operation of the same causes, it appears in great force in persons of delicate constitutions. A physician, therefore, in prescribing for a patient in T is fever, should forget the natural strength of his muscles, and accommodate the loss of blood wholly to the morbid strength of his disease. The quantity of blood drawn in this fever was always proportioned to its violence. I cured many by a single bleeding. A few required the loss of upwards of 100 ounces of blood to cure them. The persons from whom that large quantity of blood was taken were Messrs. Andrew Brown, Horace Hall, George Cummins, J. Ramsay, and George Eyre, but I was not singular in the liberal and frequent use of the lancet. The following physicians drew the quantities of blood annexed to their respective names from the following persons, viz. Bilious yellow fever of 1797. 37. Dr. Deweese. One, as I've written, 76 ounces from Dr. Physic, Dr. Griffiths. 1, 10, Mr. S. Thompson, Dr. Stewart. 106, Mrs. Maffei, Dr. Cooper. 150, Mr. David Evans, Dr. Gillespie. 103. Himself. All the above-named persons had a rapid and easy recovery, and now enjoy good health. I lost but one patient, who had been the subject of early and copious bleeding. His death was evidently induced by a supper of beefsteaks and porter, after he had exhibited the most promising signs of convalescence. Of purging. From the great difficulty that was found in discharging bile from the bowels by the common modes of administering purges, Dr. Griffith suggested to me the propriety of giving large doses of calomel, without jalap or any other purging medicine, in order to loosen the bile from its close connection with the gallbladder and duodenum during the first day of the disease. This method of discharging acrid bile was found useful. I observed the same relief from large evacuations of foetid bile in the epidemic of 1797 that I have remarked in the fever of 1793. Mr. Bryce has taken notice of the same salutary effects from similar evacuations in the yellow fever on board the Busbridge Indiaman in the year 1792. His words are, "It was observable that the more dark-colored and fooded such discharges were, the more early and certainly did the symptoms disappear. Their good effects were so instantaneous that I have often seen a man carried up on deck, perfectly delirious with subsultus tendinum, and in a state of the greatest apparent debility, who, after 1 or 2 copious evacuations of this kind, has returned of himself, and astonished at his newly acquired strength. Very different are the effects of tonic remedies when given to remove this apparent debility. The clown who supposes the crooked appearance of a stick, when thrust into a pail of water, to be real, does not err more against the laws of light than that physician errs against the law of the animal economy, who mistakes the debility which arises from oppression for an exhausted state of the system, and attempts to remove it by stimulating medicines. Bilious yellow fever of 1797. 39. After unlocking the bowels by means of calomel and jalap in the beginning of the fever, I found no difficulty afterwards in keeping them gently open by more lenient purges. In addition to those which I have mentioned in the account of the fever of 1793, I yielded to the advice of Dr. Griffiths by adopting the soluble tartar, and gave small doses of it daily in many cases. It seldom offended the stomach, and generally operated without griping in the most plentiful manner. However powerful bleeding and purging were in the cure of this fever, they often required the aid of a salivation to assist them in subduing it. Besides the usual methods of introducing mercury into the system, Dr. Stewart accelerated its action by obliging his patients to wear socks filled with mercurial ointment, and Dr. Gillespie aimed at the same thing by injecting the ointment in a suitable vehicle into the bowels in the form of glisters. The following fact communicated to me by Dr. Stewart will show the safety of large doses of calomel in this fever. Mrs. Maffei took 60 grains of calomel by mistake at a dose after having taken 3 or 4 doses of 20 grains each. On the same 40, an account of the day, she took in all 356 grains in 6 days, and yet, says the doctor, such was the state of her stomach and intestines that large quantity was retained without producing the least griping, or more stools than she had when she took 3 grains every 2 hours. I observed the mercury to affect the mouth and throat in the following ways. 1. It sometimes produced a swelling only in the throat, resembling a common inflammatory angina. It sometimes produced ulcers upon the lips, cheeks, and tongue without any discharge from the salivary glands. 3. It sometimes produced swellings and ulcers in the gums and loosened the teeth without inducing a salivation. 4. There were instances in which the mercury induced a rigidity in the masseter muscles of the jaw, by which means the mouth was kept constantly open, or so much closed as to render it difficult for the patient to take food, and impossible for him to masticate it. 5. It sometimes affected the salivary glands only, producing from them a copious secretion and excretion of saliva. But 6. It more frequently acted upon all the above parts, and it was then it produced most speedily its salutary effects. 7. The discharge of the saliva frequently took place only during the remission or intermission of the fever, and ceased with each rebilious yellow fever of 1797, 41 turn of its paroxysms. 8. The salivation did not take place, in some cases, until the solution of the fever. This was more especially the case in those forms of the fever in which there were no remissions or intermissions. 9. It ceased in most cases with the fever, but it sometimes continued for 6 weeks or 2 months after the complete recovery of the patient. 10. The mercury rarely dislodged the teeth. Not a single instance occurred of a patient losing a tooth in the city hospital, where the physicians, Dr. J. Duffield informed me, relied chiefly upon a salivation for a cure of the fever. 11. Sometimes the mercury produced a discharge of blood with the saliva. Dr. Coulter, Baltimore, gave me an account, in a letter dated the 17th of September, 1797, of a boy in whom a hemorrhage from the salivary glands, excited by calomel, was succeeded by a plentiful flow of saliva, which saved his patient. I saw no inconvenience from the mixture of blood with saliva in any of my patients. It occurred in Dr. Caldwell, Mr. Bradford, Mr. Brown, and several others. It has been said that mercury does no service unless it purges or salivates. I am disposed to believe that it may act as a counter-stimulus to that of the miasmata of the yellow fever, and thus be useful without producing any evacuation from the tigal, bowels, or mouth. It more certainly acts in this way, provided bloodletting has preceded its exhibition. I have supposed the stimulus from the remote cause of the yellow fever to be equal in force to 5. and that of mercury to 3. To enable the mercury to produce its action upon the system, it is necessary to reduce the febrile action by bleeding to 2.5, or below it, so that the stimulus of the mercury shall transcend it. The safety of mercury, when introduced into the system, has 3 advantages as a stimulus over that of the matter which produces the fever. 1. It excites an action in the system preternatural only in force. It does not derange the natural order of actions. 2. It determines the actions chiefly to external parts of the body. And 3. It fixes them when it affects the mouth and throat upon parts which are capable of bearing great inflammation and effusion without any danger to life. The stimulus which produces the yellow fever acts in ways the reverse of those which have been mentioned. It produces violent, irregular, or wrong actions. It determines them to internal parts of the body, and it fixes them upon viscera, which bear with difficulty and danger the usual effects of disease. A late French writer, Dr. Saber, ascribed to diseases a centrifugal and a centripetal direction. From what has been said, at bilious yellow fever of 1797, 4s would seem the former belongs to mercury and the latter to the yellow fever. Considering the great prejudices against bloodletting, I have wished to combat this fever with mercury alone. But, for reasons formerly given, I have been afraid to trust to it, without the assistance of the lancet, the character of the fever. Moreover, like that which the poet has ascribed to Achilles, is of so swift, irritable, inexorable, and cruel a nature, that it would be unsafe to rely exclusively upon a medicine which is not only of less efficacy than bleeding, but often slow and uncertain in its operation, more especially upon the throat and mouth. Let not the reader be offended at my attempts to reason. I am aware of the evils which the weak and perverted exercise of this power of the mind has introduced into medicine, but let us act with the same consistency upon this subject that we do in other things. We do not consign a child to its cradle for life because it falls in its first unsuccessful efforts to use its legs. In like manner, we must not abandon reason because in our first efforts to use it, we have been deceived. A single just principle in our science will lead to more truth in 1 year than whole volumes of uncombined facts will do in a century. I lost but 2 patients in this epidemic in whom the mercury excited a salivation. One of them died from the want of nursing, the other by the late application of the remedy. Of emetics, it was said a practitioner who was opposed to bleeding and mercury cured this fever by means of strong emetics. I gave one to a man who refused to be bled. It operated freely and brought on a plentiful sweat. The next day he arose from his bed and went to his work. On the 4th day he sent for me again. My son visited him and found him without a pulse. He died the next day. I heard of 2 other persons who took emetics in the beginning of the fever, without the advice of a physician, both of whom died. Bilious yellow fever of 1797. 45, Dr. Pinkert informed me that their effects were generally hurtful in the violent grades of the yellow fever in the West Indies. The same information has since been given to me by Dr. Jackson. In the 2nd and 3rd grades of the bilious fever, they appear not only to be safe, but useful. Of diet and drinks, the advantages of a weak vegetable diet were very great in this fever. I found but little difficulty in most cases in having my prohibition of animal food complied with before the crisis of the fever, but there was often such a sudden excitement of the appetite for it immediately afterwards that it was difficult to restrain it. I have mentioned the case of a young man who was upon the recovery, who died in consequence of supping upon beefsteaks. Many other instances of the mortality of this fever from a similar cause, I believe, occurred in our epidemic, which were concealed from our physicians. I am not singular in ascribing the death of convalescents to the too early use of animal food. Dr. Poissonnier has the following important remark upon this subject. The physicians of Brest have observed that the relapses in the malignant fever which prevailed in their naval hospitals were as much the effect of a fault in the diet of the sick as of the contagious air to which they were exposed, and that as many patients perished from this cause as from the original fever. For this reason, light soups, with leguminous vegetables in them, panada, rice seasoned with cinnamon, fresh eggs, and X, are all that they should be permitted to eat. The use of flesh should be forbidden for many days after the entire cure of the disorder. Dr. Huxham has furnished another evidence of the danger from the premature use of animal food. In his history of a malignant fever which prevailed at Plymouth in the year 1740. If anyone, says the doctor, made use of a flesh or fish diet before he had been very well purged and his recovery confirmed, he infallibly indulged himself herein at the utmost danger of his life. In addition to the mild articles of diet mentioned by Dr. Poissonnier, I found bread and milk, tea epidemics, Feltsututi bilious yellow fever of 1797-47 with a little water, sugar, and the pulp of a roasted apple mixed with it, very acceptable to my patients during their convalescence. Oysters were equally innocent and agreeable. Ripe grapes were devoured by them with avidity. In every stage of the fever, the season had been favorable to the perfection of this pleasant fruit, and all the gardens in the city and neighborhood in which it was cultivated were gratuitously opened by the citizens for the benefit of the sick. The drinks were cold water, toast and water, balm tea, water in which jellies of different kinds had been dissolved, lemonade, apple water, barley and rice water, and in cases where the stomach was affected with sickness or puking, wheat porter and water, and cold chamomile tea. In the convalescent stage of the fever, and in such of its remissions or intermissions as were accompanied with great languor in the pulse, wine, wheat porter and water, and brandy and water were taken with advantage. Cold water applied to the body, cool and fresh air, and cleanliness, produced their usual good effects in this fever. In the external use of cold water, care was taken to confine it to such cases as were accompanied with preternatural heat, and to forbid it in the cold fit of the fever, and in those cases which were attended with cold hands and feet, and where the disease showed a disposition to terminate, in its first stage, by a profuse perspiration. It has lately given me great pleasure to find the same practice in the external use of cold water in fevers recommended by Dr. Curry of Liverpool in his medical reports of the effects of water, cold and warm, as a remedy in febrile diseases. Of the benefit of fresh air in this fever, Dr. Dawson of Tortola has lately furnished me with a striking instance. He informed me that by removing patients from the low grounds on that island where the fever is generated to a neighboring mountain, they generally recovered in a few days. Finding a disagreeable smell to arise from vinegar sprinkled upon the floor, after it had emitted all its acid vapor, I directed the floors of sick rooms to be sprinkled only with water. I found the vapor which arose from it to be grateful to my patients. A citizen of Philadelphia, whose whole family recovered from the fever, thought he perceived evident advantages from tubs of fresh water being kept constantly in the sick rooms. Bilious yellow fever of 1797, 49 of tonic remedies. There were now and then remissions and intermissions of the fever, accompanied with such signs of danger from debility, as to render the exhibition of a few drops of laudanum, a little wine whey, a glass of brandy and water, and in some instances, a cup of weak chicken broth highly necessary and useful. In addition to these cordial drinks, I directed the feet to be placed in a tub of warm water, which was introduced under the bedclothes, so that the patient was not weakened by being raised from a horizontal posture. All these remedies were laid aside upon the return of a paroxysm of fever. I did not prescribe bark in a single case of this disease. An infusion of the quassia root was substituted in its room in several instances with advantage. Blisters were applied as usual, but from the insensibility of the skin, they were less effectual than applications of mustard to the arms and legs. It is a circumstance worthy of notice that while the stomach, bowels, and even the large blood vessels are sometimes in a highly excited state, and overcharged, as it were, with life, the whole surface of the body is in a state of the greatest torpor. To attempt to excite it by internal remedies is like adding fuel to a chimney already on fire. The excitement of the blood vessels and the circulation of the blood can only be equalized by the application of stimulants to the skin. These, to be effectual, should be of the most powerful kind. Caustics might probably be used in such cases with advantage. I am led to this opinion by a fact communicated to me by Dr. Stewart. A lighted candle, which had been left on the bed of a woman whom he was attending in the apparent last stage of the yellow fever, fell upon her breast. She was too insensible to feel or too weak to remove it. before her nurse came into her room. It had made a deep and extensive impression upon her flesh. From that time she revived, and in the course of a few days recovered. As a tonic remedy in this fever, Dr. Jackson has spoken to me in high terms of the good effects of riding in a carriage. Patients, he informed me, who were moved with difficulty, after riding a few miles were able to sit up, and when they returned from their excursions, were frequently able to walk to their beds. Much has been said of late years in favor of the application of warm olive oil to the body in the bilious yellow fever of 1797. 51 plague, and a wish has been expressed by some people that its efficacy might be tried in the yellow fever. Upon examining the account of the U.S. remedy, as published by Mr. Baldwin, 3 things suggest themselves to our notice. 1. That the oil is effectual only in the forming state of the disease. 2. That the friction which is used with it contributes to excite the torpid vessels of the skin. And 3. That it acts chiefly by depleting from the pores of the body. From the unity of the remedy of depletion, it is probable purging or bleeding might be substituted to the expensive parade of the sweat induced by the warm oil, and the smoke of odoriferous vegetable. But I must not conceal here that there are facts which favor an idea that oil produces a sedative action upon the blood vessels through the medium of the skin. Bontia says it is used in this manner in the East Indies for the cure of malignant fevers after the previous use of bleeding and purging. It seems to have been a remedy well known among the Jews. Hence we find the Apostle James advises its being applied to the body, in addition to the prayers of the elders of the church. It is thus in other cases the blessings of heaven are conveyed to men through the use of natural means. During the existence of the premonitory symptoms, and before patients were confined to their rooms, a gentle purge, or the loss of a few ounces of blood, in many hundred instances prevented the formation of the fever. I did not meet with a single exception to this remark. Fevers are the affliction chiefly of poor people. To prevent or to cure them, remedies must be cheap and capable of being applied with but little attendance. From the affinity established by the Creator between evil and its antidotes in other parts of his works, I am disposed to believe no remedy will ever be effectual in any general disease that is not cheap and that cannot easily be made universal. It is to be lamented that the greatest part of all the deaths which occur are from diseases that are under the power of medicine. To prevent their fatal issue, it would seem to be agreeable to the order of heaven and other things that they should be attacked in their forming state. Weeds, vermin, public oppression, and private vice are easily eradicated and destroyed, if opposed by their proper remedies, as soon as they show themselves. The principal obstacle to the successful use of the antidotes of malignant fevers in their early stage arises from physicians refusing to declare when bilious yellow fever of 1797. 53, they appear in a city, and from their practice of calling their mild forms by other names than that of a mortal epidemic. I shall now say a few words upon the success of the depleting practice in this epidemic. From the more malignant state of the fever, and from the fears and prejudices that were excited against bleeding and mercury by means of the newspapers, the success of those remedies was much less than in the years 1793 and 1794. Hundreds refused to submit to them at the Tainini and in the manner that were necessary to render them effectual. From the publications of a number of physicians who used the lancet and mercury in their greatest extent, it appears that they lost but 1 in 10 of all they attended. It was said of several practitioners who were opposed to copious bleeding that they lost a much smaller proportion of their patients with the prevailing fever. Upon inquiry, it appeared they had lost many more. To conceal their want of success, they said their patients had died of other diseases. This mode of deceiving the public began in 1793. The men who used it did not recollect that it is less in favor of a physician's skill to lose patients in pleurisy, colics, hemorrhages, contusions, and common remittance than in a malignant yellow fever. Dr. Sayer attended 15 patients in the disease, all of whom were covered by the plentiful use of the depleting remedies. His place of residence being remote from those parts of the city in which the fever prevailed most, prevented his being called to a greater number of cases. A French physician who bled and purged moderately candidly acknowledged that he saved but 3 out of 4 of his patients. In the city hospital, where bleeding was sparingly used and where the physicians depended chiefly upon a salivation, more than 1/2 died of all the patients who were admitted. It is an act of justice to the physicians of the hospital to add that many, perhaps most of their patients, were admitted after the first day of the disease. I cannot conclude this comparative view of the success of the different modes of treating the yellow fever without taking notice that the stimulating mode, as recommended B.V. Dr. Kuhn and Dr. Stevens in the year 1793, was deserted by every physician in the city. Dr. Stevens acknowledged bilious yellow fever of 1797-55, the disease to require a different treatment from that which it required in the West Indies. Dr. Kuhn adopted the lancet and mercury in his practice, and several other physicians who had written against those remedies or who had doubted of their safety and efficacy in 1793 used them with confidence and in the most liberal manner in 1797. In the histories I have given of the yellow fevers of 1793 and 1794, I have scattered here and there a few observations upon their degrees of danger and the signs of their favorable or unfavorable issue. I shall close the present history by collecting those observations into one view, and adding to them such other signs as have occurred to me in observing this epidemic, signs of moderate danger and a favorable issue of the yellow fever. 1. A chilly fit accompanying the attack of the fever. The longer this chill continues, the more favorable the disease. 2. The recurrence of chills every day or twice a day or every other day with the return of the exacerbations of the fever. A coldness of the whole body at the above periods without chillus, a coldness with a profuse sweat, cold feet and hands, with febrile heat in other parts of the body, and a profuse sweat without chills or coldness, are all less favorable symptoms than a regular chilly fit, but they indicate less danger than their total absence during the course of the fever. 3. A puking of green or yellow bile on the first day of the disease is favorable. A discharge of black bile, if it occur on the first day of the fever, is not unfavorable. 4. A discharge of green and yellow stool. It is more favorable if the stools are of a dark or black color and of a foetid and acrid nature on the first or second day of the fever. 5. A softness and moisture on the skin in the beginning of the fever. 6. A sense of pain in the head or a sudden translation of pain from internal to external parts of the body, particularly to the back. An increase of pain after bleeding. 7. A sore mouth. 8. A moist white or yellow tongue. Bilious yellow fever of 1797-57-9. An early disposition to spit freely, whether excited by nature or the use of mercury. 10. Blood becoming sizy after having exhibited Uzu2 vessels. The usual marks of great morbid action in the blood. 11. Great and exquisite sensibility in the sense of feeling coming on near the close of the fever. 12. Acute pains in the back and limbs. 13. The appearance of an inflammatory spot on a finger or toe, Dr. H. McClellan says, is favorable. It appears, the doctor says, as if the cause of the fever had escaped by explosion. Signs of great danger and of an unfavorable issue of the yellow fever are 1. An attack of the fever, suddenly succeeding great terror, anger, or the intemperate use of venery or strong drink. 2. The first paroxysm coming on without any premonitory symptoms, or a chilly fit. 3. Uncommon paleness of the face not induced by bloodletting. 6. Constant or violent vomiting, without any discharge of bile. 7. Obstinate costedness, or a discharge of natural or white stools after taking drink. 8. A diarrhea towards the close of the fever. I lost 2 patients in 1797 with this symptom who had exhibited a few days before signs of a recovery. Dr. Pinkert informed me that it was generally attended with a fatal issue in the yellow fever of the West Indies. Damerbrook declares that scarcely 1 in 100 recovered with this symptom from the plangine, a suppression of urine. It is most alarming when it is without pain. Bilious yellow fever of 1797, 59:10. A discharge of dark-colored and bloody urine. 11. A cold, cool, dry, smooth, or shining skin. 12. The appearance of a yellow color in the face on the first or second day of the fever. 13. The absence of pain or a sudden cessation of it, with the common symptoms of great danger. 14. A disposition to faint upon a little motion, and fainting after losing but a few ounces of blood. 15. A watery glass eye or brilliant eye, a red eye on the fourth or fifth day of the disease. It is more alarming if it become so after having been previously yellow. 19. A slow, intermitting, and shattered pulse. 20. Great restlessness, delirium, and long-continued coma. 21. A discharge of copper-colored or black matter from the stomach after the fourth day of the fever. A smooth red tongue covered with a lead-colored crust, while its edges are of a bright red. 23. A dull, vacant face, expressive of distress. 24. Great insensibility to common occurrences, and an indifference about the issue of the disease. 25. Uncommon serenity of mind, accompanied with an unusually placid countenance. I shall conclude this head by the following remarks. The violence, danger, and probable issue of this fever seem to be in proportion to the duration and force of the predisposing and exciting causes. However steady the former are in bringing on debility, and the latter in acting as irritants upon accumulated excitability, yet a knowledge of their duration and force is always useful, not only in bilious yellow fever of 1797. 61. Forming an opinion of the probable issue of the fever, but in regulating the force of remedies. 2. The signs of danger vary in different years from the influence of the weather upon the disease. 3. Notwithstanding, the signs of the favorable and unfavorable issue of the fever are in general uniform, when the cure of the disease is committed to nature or to tonic medicines. Yet they are far from being so when the treatment of the fever is taken out of the hands of nature and attempted by the use of depleting remedies. We often see patients recover with nearly all the unfavorable symptoms that have been mentioned, and we sometimes see them die with all those that are favorable. The words of Morellus, therefore, which he has applied to the plague, are equally true when applied to the yellow fever. In the plague, our senses deceive us, reason deceives us, reason deceives us. The aphorisms of Hippocrates deceive us. An important lesson may be learned from these facts, and that is never to give a patient over. On the contrary, it is our duty in this, as well as in all other acute diseases, to dispute every inch of ground with Hippocrates, death, by means of this practice, which is warranted by science, as well as dictated by humanity. The grave has often been deprived for a while of its prey, and a prelude thereby exhibited of that approaching and delightful time foretold by ancient prophets, when the power of medicine over diseases shall be such as to render old age the only outlet of human life. An account of the bilious yellow fever as it appeared in Philadelphia in the year 1798, and an account and C, the yellow fever of the year 1797 was succeeded by scarlatina, catarrhs, and bilious pleurisy in the months of November and December of the same year. The weather favored the generation of the latter diseases. It became suddenly cold about the middle of November. On the 5th of December, the navigation of the Delaware was obstructed. There was a thaw on the 13th and 14th of this month, but not sufficient to open the river. In the month of January 1798, the fevers discovered an uncommon determination to the brain. 4 cases of the hydrocephalic state of fever occurred under my care during this month, all of which yielded to depleting remedies. The subjects of this state of fever were Mr. Robert Lewis and the daughters of Messrs. John Brooks, Andrew Ellicott, and David Maffett. The weather was variable during the months of February and March. The navigation of the Delaware was not completely opened until the latter end of February. The diseases of these 2 months were catarrhs and bilious pleurisy. The former were confined chiefly to children, and were cured by gentle pukes, purges of calomel, and bloodletting. The last remedy was employed twice in a child of Isaac Piso, of 6 weeks old, and once in a child of Thomas Billington, of 3 weeks old, with success. On the 7th of April, I visited Mr. Pollock, lately from the state of Georgia, in consultation with Dr. Physic, in a yellow fever. He died the evening after I saw him, on the 3rd day of his disease. There was a snowstorm on the 16th of April, and the weather was afterwards very cold. Such leaves and blossoms as had appeared were injured by it. On the 1st of May, the mercury in Fahrenheit thermometer rose to 84 degrees. The weather during the latter part of this month and in June was very bilious yellow fever of 1798-67 dry. On the 6th of June, Dr. Cooper lost a patient in the yellow fever near the corner of 12th and Walnut Streets. Mark Miller died with the same state of fever on the 2nd of July. About a dozen cases of a similar nature occurred under the care of different practitioners between the 2nd and 20th of this month, and all of them in parts of the city remote from Water Street. On the 19th of July, the weather was so cool as to render winter clothes comfortable. A severe hailstorm had occurred a few days before in the neighborhood of Wilmington in the Delaware State. On the 21st of the month, the ship Deborah arrived from one of the West India Islands and discharged her cargo in the city. She was moored afterwards at Kensington, where the foul air which was emitted from her hold produced several cases of yellow fever near the shores of that village. In August, the disease appeared in nearly every part of the city, and particularly in places where there was the greatest exhalation from foul gutters and common sewers. In describing the disease as it appeared this year, I shall take notice of its symptoms as they appeared in the blood vessels, alimentary canal, the tongue, the nervous system, in the eyes, the lymphatic system, and the blood. The subjects which furnished the materials for this history were not only private patients, but the poor in the city hospital who were committed to the care of Dr. Physic and myself by the Board of Health. The pulse was, in many cases, less active in the beginning of this fever than in former years. It was seldom preternaturally slow. It resembled the pulse which occurs in the first stage of the common jail fever. Hemorrhages were common about the 4th and 5th days, and generally from the gums, throat, or stomach, too. The whole alimentary canal was much affected in most cases. Costiveness and vomiting were general. The alvine discharges were occasionally green, dark-colored, black, and natural. The black vomiting was more common this year than in former years in all the forms of dye fever. It was sometimes suspended for several days before death, and hopes were entertained of a recovery of bilious yellow fever of 1798, 69 patients in whom it had appeared. In a boy at the city hospital, it ceased 10 days before he died. It was sometimes succeeded by delirium or coma, but it more commonly left the patient free of pain, and in the possession of all the faculties of his mind. The tongue was by no means an index of the state of the fever, as in the years 1793 and 1797. I saw several deaths attended with a black vomiting, in which the tongue retained a natural appearance. This phenomenon at first deceived me. I ascribed it to such a concentration of the disease in the stomach and other vital parts as to prevent its diffusing itself through the external parts of the system. We observed the effects of the same cause in a natural state of the skin, and in a natural appearance of the urine in the most malignant forms of this fever, IV. In the nervous system, the disease appeared with several new symptoms. A relation of Peter Field attempted to bite his attendants in the delirium of his fever just before he died. I attended a young woman at Mrs. Easby's who started every time I touched her pulse. Loud talking, or a question suddenly proposed to her, produced the same convulsive motion. She retained 70 in account EAF to add her reason during the whole of her illness, and was cured by bleeding and a salivation. Hiccup was a common symptom. I saw but 2 patients recover who had it. In one of them, Dr. Hedges, it came on after the 6th day of the fever and continued without any other symptom of disease for 4 or 5 days. I lost a patient who complained of no pain, but in the calves of his legs. Dr. Physic lost a girl in the city hospital who complained only of pains in her toes, her stomach discovered after death strong marks of inflammation. Many people pass through every stage of the disease without uttering a complaint of pain of any kind. An uncommon stiffness in the limbs preceded death a few hours in several cases. This stiffness ceased, in one of Dr. Physic's patients immediately after death, but returned as soon as he became cold. An obstinate wakefulness continued through the whole of the disease in Dr. Leib. It was common during the convalescence in many cases. Bilious yellow fever of 1798. 71. The whole body was affected in many cases with a morbid sensibility or what has been called supersensation, so that patients complained of pain upon being touched when they were moved in their beds. This extreme sensibility was general in parts to which blisters had been applied. It continued through every stage of the disease. Dr. Physic informed me that he observed it in a man 2 hours before he died. In this man there was an absence of pulse and a coldness of his extremities. Upon touching his wrist, he cried out as if he felt great pain. A redness in the eyes was a general symptom. I saw few recoveries where this redness was not removed. A discharge of matter from one ear relieved Mr. J.C. Warren from a distressing pulsation of the arteries in his head. Zipf's glandular swellings occurred in several instances. 2 cases of them came under my notice. They both terminated favorably. 7. The blood had its usual appearances in this disease. In the yellow fever which prevailed at the same time in Boston, Dr. Rand says the blood was sizy in but 1 out of 100 cases. The forms of the fever were nearly similar to those which had been described in the year 1797. I saw several cases in which the disease appeared in the form of a tertian fever. In one of them, it terminated in death. The system, in many cases, was prostrated below the point of inflammatory reaction. These were called by some practitioners typhus fevers. It was the most dangerous and fatal form of the disease. Its frequent occurrence gave occasion to a remark that our epidemic resembled the yellow fever of the West Indies, much more than the fevers of 1793 and 1797. I attended 2 patients in whom the disease was protracted nearly to the 30th day. They both recovered. Dr. Francis Sayre informed me that he saw a child in which the morbid affection of the windpipe, called sinus trachealis, appeared with all the usual symptoms of yellow fever of 1798. 73. I attended 1 case in which the force of the disease was weakened in its first stage by a profuse hemorrhage from the bowels. This hemorrhage was followed by a bloody diarrhea which continued for 4 or 5 weeks. Persons of all ages and colors were affected by this fever. I saw a case of it in a child of 6 months old. In the blacks, it was attended with less violence and mortality than in white people. It affected many persons who had previously had it. The disease was excited by the same causes which excited it in former years. I observed a number of people to be affected by the fever who lived in solitude in their houses without doing any business. The system in these persons was predisposed to the disease by the debility induced by ceasing de labour at their former occupations. It was excited in a young man with a fractured leg. He died 5 days afterwards with a black vomiting. I observed in several instances an interval of 4 and 5 days between the debility induced upon the system by a predisposing and the action of an exciting cause. Dr. Clark says he has seen an interval of several weeks between the operation of those causes in the yellow fever of Dominique. An account of these facts are worthy of notice, as they lead to a protracted use of the means of obviating an attack of the disease. During my attendance upon the sick, I twice perceived in my system the premonitory signs of the epidemic. Its complete formation was prevented each time by rest, a moderate dose of physic, and a plentiful sweat. I shall now take notice of the different manner in which patients died of this fever. The detail may be useful by unfolding new principles in the animal economy, as well as new facts in the history of the disease. 1. The disease terminated in death, in some instances by means of convulsions. 2. By delirium, which prompted to exertions and actions similar to those which take place in madness. 3. By profuse hemorrhages from the gums. This occurred in 2 patients of Dr. Stuart 4, by an incessant vomiting and hiccup. Bilious yellow fever of 1798, 75.5 by extreme pain in the calves of the legs and eye toes, which, by destroying the excitement of the system, destroyed life. 6. By a total absence of pain. In this way, it put an end to the life of Mr. Henry Hill. 7. By a disposition to easy and apparently natural sleep. I have reason to believe that Mr. Hill encouraged this disposition to sleep a few hours before he died under the influence of a belief that he would be refreshed by it. Deemer Brooks says the plague often killed in the same way. 8. The mind was in many cases torpid, where no delirium attended, and death was submitted to with a degree of insensibility, which was often mistaken for fortitude and resignation. I shall now mention the morbid appearances exhibited by the bodies of persons who died of this fever, as communicated to me by my friend, Dr. Physic, being the result of numerous dissections made by him at the city hospital. In all of them, the stomach was inflamed. The matter which constitutes what is called eye-black vomit was found in the stomachs of several patients who had not discharged it at any time by vomiting. In some stomachs he found lines which seemed to separate the living from their dead parts. Those parts, though dead, were not always in a mortified state. They were distinguished from the living parts by a peculiar paleness, and by discovering a weak texture upon being pressed between the fingers. He observed the greatest marks of inflammation in the stomachs of several persons in whom there had been no vomiting. During the whole course of the disease, the brain in a few instances discovered marks of inflammation. Water was now and then found in its ventricles, but always of its natural color, even in those persons whose skins were yellow. The liver suffered but little in this disease. It may serve to increase our knowledge of the influence of local circumstances upon epidemics to remark that this viscus, which was rarely diseased in the fever of Philadelphia in 1798, discovered marks of great inflammation in the bodies which were examined by Dr. Rand and Dr. Warren in the town of Boston, where the yellow fever prevailed at the same time it did in Philadelphia. The weather was hot and DRV in August and September during the prevalence of this fever. Its influence upon animal and vegetable life are worthy bilious yellow fever of 1798. 77 of notice. Mosquitos abounded as usual in sickly seasons. Grasshoppers covered dry ground in many places. Cabbages and other garden vegetables, and even fields of clover, were devoured by them. Peaches ripened this year 3 weeks sooner than in ordinary summers, and apples rotted much sooner than usual after being gathered in the autumn. Many fruit trees blossomed in October, and a second crop of small apples and cherries were seen in November on the west side of Schuylkill near the city. Meteors were observed in several places. On the 29th of September, there was a white frost. Its effects upon the fever were obvious in general. It declined in every part of the city to such a degree as to induce many people to return from the country. In the beginning of October, the weather again became warm and the disease revived. It was observable that all great changes in the weather, from heat to cold that were short of frost, or of cold to heat, increased the mortality of the fever. It spread most rapidly in moist weather. The origin of this fever was from the exhalations of gutters, docks, cellars, common sewers, ponds of stagnating water, and from the foul air of the ship formerly mentioned. The fever prevailed at the same time in the town of Chester in Pennsylvania, in Wilmington in the state of Delaware, in New York, in New London, in Connecticut, in Windsor, in Vermont, and in Boston, in all which places its origin was traced to domestic sources. I shall now deliver a short account of the remedies employed in the cure of this disease. I have said that the pulse was less active in this fever than in the fevers of former years. It was seldom, however, so feeble as to forbid bleeding. In Dr. Mees it called for the loss of 162 ounces of blood, and in Mr. J.C. Warren for the loss of 200 by successive bleedings before it was subdued. But such cases were not common. In most of them, the pulse flagged after 2 or 3 bleedings, but there were cases in which the lancet was forbidden altogether. In these, the system appeared to be prostrated by the force of the miasmata below the point of reaction. This state of the disease manifested itself in a weak, quick, and frequent pulse, languid eye, sighing, great inquieted or great insensibility. However, unsafe bleeding was on the first day of this fever. When it appeared with those symptoms, nature often per bilious yellow fever of 1798. 79 formed that operation upon herself from the gums on the 4th or 5th day. I saw several pounds of blood discharged on those days, and in that way, with the happiest effects. It appeared to take place after the revival of the blood vessels from their prostrated state. Chapter 2. Medical Inquiries and Observations, Volume 4, Part 2. From a conviction that the system was depressed only in these cases, and finding that it did not rise upon bloodletting, I resolved to try the effects of emetics in exciting and equalizing the action of the blood vessels. The experience I had had of the inefficacy of this remedy in 1793, and of its ill effects in one instance in 1797, led me to exhibit it with a trembling hand. I gave it for the first time to a son of Richard Renshaw. I had bled him but once, and had in vain tried to bring on a salivation. On the 5th day of his disease, his pulse became languid and slow, his skin cool, a hemorrhage had taken place from his gums, and he discovered a restlessness and anxiety, which I had often seen a few hours before death. He took 4 grains of tartar emetic with 20 grains of calomel at 2 doses. They operated powerfully upwards and downwards, and brought away a large quantity of bile. The effects of this medicine were such as I wished. The next day he was out of danger. I prescribed the same medicine in other cases with the same success. To several of my patients I gave 2 emetics in the course of the disease. Some of them discharged bile resembling in viscidity the white of an edgy, but I saw one case in which great relief was obtained from the operation of an emetic, where no bile was discharged. In the exhibition of this remedy I was regulated by the pulse. If I found it languid on the first day of the fever, I gave it before any other medicine. When it was full and tense, I deferred it until I had reduced the pulse to the emetic point by bleeding and purges. I observed with great pleasure that mercury affected the mouth more speedily and certainly where an emetic had been administered than in other cases, probably from awakening, by its stimulus, the sensibility of the stomach, for such was its torpor that in one case 10 grains of tartar emetic, and in another 30 grains, did not operate upon it, so as to excite even the slightest degree of nausea. In many cases, an emetic, given in the forming state of the disease, seemed to effect an immediate cure. Ileus yellow fever of 1798. 81 purges produced the same salutary effects that they did in former years. I always combined calomel with them in the first stage of the disease. A salivation was found to be the most certain remedy of any that was used in this fever. I did not lose a single patient in whom the mercury acted upon the salivary glands. It was difficult to excite it in many cases, from the mercury being rejected by the stomach, from its passing off by the bowels, or from its stimulus being exceeded by the morbid action in the blood vessels. Bleeding rendered the action of the mercury upon the mouth more speedy and more certain. But I saw several cases in which a salivation was excited in the most malignant forms of the fever, where no blood had been drawn. It will not be difficult to explain the reason of this fact if we recur to what was said formerly of the prostration of the system in this fever. In its worst forms, there is often a total absence or a feeble degree of action in the blood vessels, from an excess of the stimulus of the remote cause of the fever. Here the mercury meets with no resistance in its tendency to the mouth. Bleeding in this case would probably do harm by taking off a part of the pressure upon the system, and thereby produce a reaction in the vessels that might predominate over the action of the mercury. The disease here does that for us by its force, which, in other cases, we effect by depleting remedies. Where the mercury showed a disposition to pass too rapidly through the bowels, I observed no inconvenience from combining it with opium in my attempts to excite a salivation. The calomel was constantly aided by mercurial ointment applied by friction to different parts of the body. Now and then a salivation continued for weeks, pound and months after the crisis of this fever, to the great distress of the patient, and injury of the credit of mercury as a remedy in this disease. Dr. Physic has discovered that in these cases the salivation is kept up by carious teeth or bone, and that it is to be cured only by removing them. From the impracticability of exciting a salivation in all cases, I attempted the cure of this fever, after bleeding, by means of copious sweats. They succeeded in several instances where no other remedy promised or afforded any relief. They were excited by wrapping the patient in a blanket with half a dozen hot bricks wetted with vinegar and applied to different parts of the body. The sweat bilious yellow fever of 1798. 83 Enjang was continued for 6 hours and repeated daily for 4 or 5 days. In those cases where the fever put on the form of an intermittent, I gave bark after bleeding and purging with advantage. I gave it likewise in ale those cases where the fever put on the type of the slow chronic fever. Laudanum was acceptable and useful in many cases of pain, wakefulness, vomiting, and diarrhea, after the use of depleting remedies. I applied blisters in the usual way in this fever, but I think with less effect than in the yellow fevers of former use. To relieve of vomiting, which was very distressing in many cases about the 4th and 5th days, I gave a julep composed of the salt of tartar and laudanum. I also gave Dr. Hozak's antiemetic medicine composed of equal parts of lime water and milk. I do not know had it saved any lives, but I am sure it gave ease by removing a painful symptom, and thus, where it did not cure, lessened the sufferings of the sick. The diet and drinks were the same in this fever as they were in the fevers formerly described. An account of the cool air, cold water, and cleanliness produced their usual salutary effects in this fever. I shall now deliver a short account of the symptoms which indicated a favorable and an unfavorable issue of the disease. It has been said that the signs of danger vary in this fever from the influence of the weather. The autumn of 1798 confirmed in many instances the truth of this remark. I saw no instance of death where a bleeding occurred from the gums on the 4th or 5th day, provided depleting remedies had been used from the beginning of the disease. Few recovered who had this symptom in 1793. I saw 3 recoveries after convulsions in the year 1798. All died who were convulsed in 1793. A dry, hoarse, and sore throat was followed by death in every case in which it occurred in my practice. In the fever of 1793, a sore throat was a favorable sign. It was one of the circumstances bilious yellow fever of 1798. 85, which determined me to use the salivation in that fever. The absence of pain was always a bad sign, small but frequent stools, and the continuance of a redness in the eyes after the ample use of depleting remedies were likewise bad signs. An appetite for food on the 4th or 5th day of the fever, without a remission or cessation of the fever, was always unfavorable. A want of delicacy in exposing parts of the body which are usually covered was a bad symptom. I saw but one recovery where it took place. Boccaccio says the same symptom occurred in the plague in Italy. It suspended, he tells us, all modesty so that young women of great rank and delicacy submitted to be attended, dressed, and even cleansed by male nurses. I remarked in another place that but 2 of my patients recovered who had the hiccup. A dry tongue was a bad sign. I saw but one recover where it occurred, and none where the tongue was black. A moist and natural tongue where symptoms of violence or malignity appeared 86 on account of the F-pound in other parts of the body, was always followed by a fatal issue of the disease. A desire to ride out or to go home in persons who were absent from their families was, in every instance where it took place, a fatal symptom. These desires arose from an insensibility to pain, or a false idea of the state of the disease. It existed to such a degree in some of the patients in the city hospital that they often left their beds and dressed themselves in order to go home. All these patients died, and some of them in the act of putting on their clothes. From the history that has been even of the symptoms, treatment, and prognosis of this fever, we see how imperfect all treatises upon epidemics must be, which are not connected with climate and season. As well might a traveler describe a foreign climate by the state of the weather or by the productions of the earth during a single autumn, as a physician adopt a uniform opinion of the history, treatment, and prognosis of a fever. From its phenomena in any one country or during a single season, there were 3 modes of practice used in this epidemic. The first consisted in the exhibition of bilious yellow fever of 1798. 87 purges of castor oil, salts and manna, and cooling glisters, and in the use of the warm bath. These remedies were prescribed chiefly by the French physicians. The second consisted in the use of mercury alone in such doses and in such a manner as to excite a salivation. This mode was used chiefly by an itinerant and popular quack. The third mode consisted in using all the remedies which I have mentioned in the account of the treatment of this fever, and accommodating them to the state of the disease. This mode of practice was followed by most of the American physicians. The first mode of practice was the least successful. It succeeded only in such cases as would probably have cured themselves. The second mode succeeded in mild cases, and now and then in that malignant state of the fever, in which the action of the blood vessels was so much prostrated by the force of the miasmata, as to permit the mercury to pass over them, and thus to act upon the salivary glands in the course of 4 or 5 days. The last mode was by far the most successful. It is worthy of notice that the business and reputation of the physicians during this epidemic were in the inverse ratio of their success. The number of deaths by it amounted to between 3,000 and 4,000, among whom were 3 physicians and 2 students of medicine. Its mortality was nearly as great as it was in 1793, and yet the number of people who were affected by it was 4 times as great in 1793 as it was in 1798. For in the latter year the city was deserted by nearly all its inhabitants. The cause of this disproportion of deaths to the number who were sick was owing to the liberal and general use of the lancet in 1793, and to the publications in 1797 having excited general fears and prejudices against it in 1798. Such was the influence of these publications, that many persons who had recovered from this fever in the 2 former years by the use of depleting remedies deserted the physicians who had prescribed them, and put themselves under the care of physicians of opposite modes of practice. Most of them died. 2 of them had been my patients, one of whom had recovered of a 3rd attack of the fever under my care. An account of the bilious tallow fever, as it appeared in Philadelphia in the year 1799. An account, Xeroc, the diseases which succeeded dye fever of 1798, in November and December, were highly inflammatory. A catarrh was nearly universal. Several cases of sore throat and one of erysipelas came under my care in the month of November. The weather in December was extremely cold. It was equally so in the beginning of January 1, 1799, accompanied with several falls of snow. About the middle of the month, the weather moderated so much, so as to open the navigation of the Delaware. I met with 2 cases of malignant colic in the latter part of this month, and one of yellow fever. The last was Swenborner. Dr. Physic, who attended him with me, informed me that he had nearly at the same time attended 2 other persons with the same disease. The weather was very cold, and bilious pleurisy were common during the latter part of the month of February. March was equally cold. The newspapers contained accounts of the winter having been uncommonly severe in Canada, and in several European countries. The first 2 weeks in April were still cold. The Delaware, which had been frozen a second time during the winter, was crossed near its origin on the ice on the 15th day of this month. The diseases, though fewer than in the winter, were bilious and inflammatory. During this month I was called to a case of yellow fever, which yielded to copious bleeding and other depleting medicines. May was colder than is usual in that month, but very healthy. In the first week of June, several cases of highly bilious fever came under my care. In one of them, all the usual symptoms of the highest grade of that fever occurred. On the 13th of the month, Dr. Physic informed me that he had lost a patient with that disease. On the 23rd of the same month, Joseph Ashmed, a young merchant, died of it bilious yellow fever of 1799. 93 several other cases of the disease occurred between the 20th and 29th days of the month in different parts of the city. About this time, I was informed that the inhabitants of Keyes' Alley had predicted a return of the yellow fever from the trees before their doors emitting a smell, exactly the same which they perceived just before the breaking out of that disease in 1793. In July, the city was alarmed by Dr. Griffiths with an account of several cases of the fever in Penn Street, near the water. The strictness with which the quarantine law had been executed for a while rendered this account incredible with many people, and exposed the doctor to a good deal of obloquy. At length, A vessel was discovered that had arrived from one of the West India Islands on the 14th of May, and one day before the quarantine law was put into operation, from which the disease was said to be derived. Upon investigating the state of this vessel, it appeared that she had arrived with a healthy crew, and that no person had been sick on board of her during her voyage. In the latter part of July and in the beginning of August, the disease gradually disappeared from every part of the city. The circumstance deserves 94 and account thereof the attention, as it shows the disease did not spread by contagion. About this time, we were informed by the newspapers that dogs, geese, and other poultry, also that wild pigeons were sickly in many parts of the country, and that fish on the Susquehanna and oysters in the Delaware Bay were so unpleasant that the inhabitants declined eating them. At the same time, flies were found dead in great numbers in the unhealthy parts of the city. The weather was dry in August and September. There was no second crop of grass. The gardens yielded a scanty supply of vegetables and of an inferior size and quality. Cherries were smaller than usual, and pear and apple trees dropped their fruits prematurely in large quantities. The peaches which arrived at maturity were small and ill-tasted. The grain was in general abundant and of a good quality. A fly of an unusual kind covered the potato fields and devoured, in some instances, the leaves of the potato. This fly has lately been used with success in our country, instead of the fly imported from Spain. It is equal to it in every respect. Like the Spanish fly, it sometimes induces strangury, bilious yellow fever of 1799. 95, about the middle of August, the disease revived, and appeared in different parts of the city. A publication from the Academy of Medicine, in which they declared the seeds of the disease to spread from the atmosphere only, produced a sudden flight of the inhabitants. In no year since the prevalence of the fever was the desertion of the city so general. I shall now add a short account of the symptoms and treatment of this epidemic. The arterial system was in most cases active. I met with a tense pulse in a patient after the appearance of the black vomiting. Delirium was less frequent in adults than in former years. In children, there was a great determination of the disease to the brain. I observed no new symptoms in the stomach and bowels. One of the worst cases of the fever which I saw was accompanied with colic. A girl of Thomas Shortall who recovered discharged 9 worms during her fever. It appeared in Mr. Thomas Roan, one of my pupils, in the form of a dysentery. A stiffness, such as follows death, occurred in several patients in the city hospital before death. Miss Shortall had an eruption of pimples on her breast, such as I have described in the short account I gave of the yellow fever of 1762. In this city, in my account of the disease in 1793, the blood exhibited its usual appearances in the yellow fever. It was seldom sizy till towards the close of the disease. The tongue was generally whitish. Sometimes it was of a red color and had a polished appearance. I saw no case of a black tongue, but few that were yellow before the 7th day of the disease. The type of this disease was nearly the same as described in 1797. It now and then appeared in the form of a quartan, in which state it generally proved fatal. It appeared with rheumatic pains in one of my patients. It blended itself with gout and smallpox. Its union with the latter disease was evident in 2 patients in the city hospital, in each of whom the stools were such as were discharged in the most malignant state of the fever. The remedies for this fever were bleeding, vomits, purges, sweats, and a salivation and blisters. Bilious yellow fever of 1799-97. There were a few cases that did not indicate bleeding. It was performed, when proper, in the usual way, and with its usual good effects. It was indicated as much when the disease appeared in the bowels as in the blood vessels. Mr. Roan, in whom it was accompanied with symptoms of dysentery, lost nearly 200 ounces of blood by 22 bleedings. I found the same benefit from emetics in this fever that I did in the fever of 1798. They were never administered except on the first day, before violent action had taken place in the system, or after it was moderated by 1 or 2 bleedings. Purges of calomel and jalap, also castor oil, salts, and injections were prescribed with their usual advantages. In those cases where the system was prostrated below the point of reaction, I began the cure by sweating. blankets with hot bricks wetted with vinegar, and the hot bath, as the mentioned formerly, when practicable, were used for this purpose. The latter produced in a boy of 14 years of age who came into the city hospital without a pulse, and with a cold skin in a few hours, a general warmth, and an active pulse. The determination, Vulfort, and of the disease to the pores was evinced in one of my patients by her sweating under the use of the above-mentioned remedies for the first time in her life. A moisture upon her skin had never before been induced, she informed me, even by the warmest day in summer. The advantages of a salivation were as great as in former years. From the efficacy of bleeding, purges, emetics, and sweating, I had the pleasure of seeing many recoveries before the mercury had time to affect the mouth. In no one case did I rest the cure exclusively upon any one of these remedies. The more numerous the outlets were to convey off superfluous fluids and excitement from the body, the more safe and certain were the recoveries. A vein, the gallbladder, the bowels, the pores, and the salivary glands were all opened in succession, in part or together, according to circumstances, so as to give the disease every possible chance of passing out of the body without injuring or destroying any of its vital parts. Blisters were applied with advantage. The vomiting and sickness which attend this fever were relieved in many instances by a blister to the stomach, bilious yellow fever of 1799. 99 in those cases in which the fever was protracted to the chronic state, bark, wine, laudanum, and aether produced the most salutary effects. I think I saw life recalled in several cases in which it appeared to be departing by frequent and liberal doses of the last of those medicines. The bark was given with safety and advantage after the 7th day, when the fever assumed the form of an intermittent. The following symptoms were generally favorable, viz., a bleeding from the mouth and gums and a disposition to weep when spoken to at any stage of the fever. A hoarseness and sore throat indicated a fatal issue of the disease, as it did in 1798. Dr. Physic remarked that all those persons who sighed after waking suddenly, before they were able to speak, died. The recurrence of a redness of the eyes after it had disappeared, or but one eye, was generally followed by death. I saw but one recovery with a red face. I saw several persons a few hours before death, in whom the countenance, tongue, voice, and pulse were perfectly natural. They complained of no pain and discovered no distress nor solicitude of mind. Their danger was only to be known by the circumstances which had preceded this apparently healthy and tranquil state of the system. They had all passed through extreme suffering, and some of them had puked black matter. The success of the mode of practice I have described was the same as in former years in private families. But in the city hospital, which was again placed under the care of Dr. Physic and myself, there was a very different issue to it. From causes that are too obvious to be mentioned, there were two opinions given to the public upon the subject of the origin of this fever, the one by the Academy of Medicine, the other by the College of Physicians. The former declared it to be generated in the city from putrid domestic exhalations, because they saw it only in their vicinity, and discovered no channel by which it could have been derived from a foreign country. The latter asserted it to be imported, because it had been imported in former years, an account of sporadic cases of tel au fever, as they appeared in Philadelphia, in 1800, an account, and see. The weather in the month of January was less cold than is common in that month. Catarrhs, the sinus trachealis, and bilious pleurisy were prevalent in every part of it. A few cases of yellow fever occurred likewise during this month. Several cases of erythema appeared in February. The month of March was unusually healthy. The weather was warm in April, and the city as healthy as in March. It was equally so in May and June. The spring fruits appeared early in the latter month in large quantities, and were of an excellent quality. Locusts were universal in June. They had not appeared since the year 1783. A record from the Journal of the Swedish Missionaries was published at this time, which described their appearance in 1715, in which year it was said to be very healthy. On the 14th of June there was a severe thunder gust, with more lightning than had been known for 7 years before. There fell, during all the months that have been mentioned, frequent and plentiful showers of rain, which rendered the crops of grass luxuriant in the neighborhood of Philadelphia. The winds at this time were chiefly from the southeast. A few intermittents appeared in June, which yielded radioli to the bark. On the 16th day of June, Dr. Physick informed me he had a black boy under his care with the yellow fever. In July, the whooping cough, cholera infantum, and some cases of dysentery and bilious fever appeared in the city of yellow fever in 1800. 105 on the 30th of July, Dr. Pascalas informed me that he had lost a patient on the 5th day of a yellow fever. In August, the dysentery was the principal form of disease that prevailed in the city. On the 22nd of this month, a woman died of the yellow fever in Gaskell Street, under the care of Dr. Church. On the 28th and 30th, there fell an unusual quantity of rain. The winds were southwest and northwest. During the greatest part of the summer months, the latter were sometimes accompanied with rain. On the 1st of September, a clerk of Mr. Levi Hollingsworth, and on the 12th, a clerk of Mr. John Connolly, died with the yellow fever. A plentiful shower of rain fell on the night of the 21st of this month. About this time, there appeared 1 in 20 cases of yellow fever in Spruces Street, between Front and Second Streets. They were all in the Valafor neighborhood of putrid exhalations. 14 of them ended fatally. No one of the above cases of malignant fever could be traced to a ship, or to a direct or indirect intercourse with persons affected by that disease. While Philadelphia was thus visited by a few sporadic cases only of yellow fever, it was epidemic in several of the cities of the United States, particularly in New York, Providence, in Rhode Island, Norfolk, and Baltimore. In the last named place, it was publicly declared by the Committee of Health to be of domestic origin. The dysentery was epidemic at the same time in several of the towns of Massachusetts and New Hampshire. It was attended with uncommon mortality at Hanover in the latter state. This difference in the states of health and sickness in the different parts of the United States must be sought for chiefly in the different states of the weather in those places. The exemption of Philadelphia from the yellow fever as an epidemic may perhaps be ascribed to the strength and vigor of the vegetable products of the year, which retarded their putrefaction. To frequent showers of rain of yellow fever in 1800, 107 which washed away the filth of the streets and gutters, and to the perfection of the summer and autumnal fruits. The months of November and December this year were uncommonly healthy. During the former, several light shocks of earthquakes were felt in Lancaster and Harrisburg, in Pennsylvania, and in Wilmington, in the state of Delaware. An account of sporadic cases of yellow fever, as they appeared in Philadelphia in 1801, an account, and c. The month of January was intensely cold. In February, it became more moderate. The diseases during these 2 months were catarrhs and a few pleurisy. In March and April, there fell an unusual quantity of rain. The hay harvest began in the neighborhood of Philadelphia on the 28th of May. A few mild cases of scarlatina anginosa occurred during these months. In June, the weather was dry and healthy. On the 8th of July, a case of yellow fever occurred in the practice of Dr. Stewart. About the 15th of the month, a patient died with it in the Pennsylvania hospital. Dr. Physick informed me that he had at the same time 2 patients under his care with that disease. Several cases of the measles appeared in the south end of the city during this month. In every part of it, the weather was warm and dry, in consequence of which there were no second crops of grass, and a smaller quantity than usual of summer fruits and vegetables. The winds were less steady than they had been for 7 years. They blew every 2 or 3 days from nearly every point of the compass. On the 4th of August there fell a considerable quantity of rain, which was succeeded by cool and pleasant weather. The cholera morbus was a frequent disease among both adults and children in the city, and the dysentery in several of the adjoining counties of the state. A number of emigrant families arrived this month from Ireland and Wales, who brought with them the ship fever. They were carefully attended at the lazaretto and the city hospital in airy rooms, by which means they did not propagate the disease. Contrary to its usual character, it partook of the remissions of the bilious fever, probably from the influence of the season upon it. Of yellow fever in 1801 13th in September, there were a few extremely warm days. In the beginning and middle of the month, A number of mild remittances occurred, and about the 22 there were 5 or 6 cases of yellow fever in 8th Street, between Chestnut and Walnut Streets, in 2 houses ill-ventilated and exposed to a good deal of exhalation. I attended most of these cases in consultation with Dr. Gallagher. One of the persons who was affected with this fever puked black matter, while I sat by his bedside a few hours before he died. During the summer and autumn of this year, a number of cases of yellow fever appeared at New Bedford, Portland, and Norwich in the New England states, in Newark, in some parts of New Jersey, and in Northampton and Bucks counties in Pennsylvania. It prevailed so generally in New York as to produce a considerable desertion of the city. In none of the above places could the least proof be adduced of the disease being imported. In Philadelphia, its existence was doubted or denied by most of the citizens because it appeared in situations remote from the water and, of course, could not be derived from any foreign source. It will be difficult to tell why the fever appeared only in sporadic cases in Philadelphia. Perhaps its prevalence as an epidemic was prevented by the plentiful rains in the spring months, by the absence of moisture from the filth of the streets and gutters in consequence of the dry weather in June and July, by the vigor and perfection of the products of the earth, and by the variable state of the winds in the month of July. If none of these causes defended the city from more numerous cases of the yellow fever, it must be resolved into the want of a concurring inflammatory constitution of the atmosphere with the common impure sources of that disease. On the 12th of November, about 12 o'clock in the night, an earthquake was felt in Philadelphia, attended with a noise as if something heavy had fallen upon a floor. Several cases of scarlet fever appeared in December, but the prevailing disease during the 2 last autumnal and the first winter months was the measles. I have taken notice that it appeared in the south end of the city in July, during the months of August and September. It was stationary, but in October, November, and December it spread through every part of the city. The following circumstances occurred in this epidemic, as far as it came under my notice: an account of the measles, as they appeared in Philadelphia, in the year 180L an account, and CIY. The disease wore the livery of the autumnal fever in the following particulars. It was strongly marked by remissions and intermissions. The exacerbations came on chiefly at night. There were in many cases a constant nausea, and discharge of bile by puking. I saw one case in which the disease appeared with a violent cholera morbus, and several in which it was accompanied with diarrhea and dysentery. Many severe cases of frenzy, and 2 of sinus trachealis appeared with the measles. The 3, a distressing sore mouth followed them in a child of 2 years old that came under my care. A fatal hydrocephalus internus followed them in a boy of 8 years old, whom I saw 2 days before he died. GV. I met with a few cases in which the fever and eruption came on in the same day, but I saw one case in which the eruption did not take place until the 10th, and another in which it did not appear until the 14th day after the fever. 2 children had pustules on their skins resembling the smallpox before the eruption of the measles. 7 many children had coughs and watery eyes, but without the measles. The same children had them 2 or 3 weeks afterwards. Many people who had had the measles had coughs during the prevalence of the measles, resembling the cough which occurs in that disease. The remedies made use of in my practice were measles in 1801, 119.1. Bleeding from 4 to 60 ounces according to the age of the patient and the state of the pulse. This remedy relieved the cough, eased the pains in the head, and in one case produced, when used a 3rd time, an immediate eruption of the measles. 2. Lenient purges. 3. Demulcent drinks. 4. Opiates at night. 5. Blisters. And 6. Astringent medicines where diarrhea took place. I saw evident advantages from advising a vegetable diet to many children. As soon as any one of the families to which they belonged were attacked by the measles, I lost but 1 patient in this disease, and that was a child in convulsions. I ascribed my success to bleeding more generally and more copiously than I had been accustomed to do in the measles of former years. An account of the bilious tallow fever as it appeared in Philadelphia in the year 1802, an account, and c. The weather during the month of January was unusually moderate and pleasant. In the latter end of it, many shrubs put forth leaves and blossomed. I saw a leaf of the honeysuckle, which was more than an inch in length and above half an inch in breadth. There was but one fall of snow, and that a light one, during the whole month. The winds blew chiefly from the southwest in February. There was a light fall of snow on the 6th. A shad was caught in the Delaware near the city on the 17th. On the 18th and 19th of the month, the weather became suddenly very cold. On the 22nd, there was a snowstorm, and on the 28th, rain and a general thaw. In March, the weather was wet, cold, and stormy with the exception of a few pleasant days. The scarlatina anginosa and the Sinanche trachealis were the principal diseases that prevailed during the 3 months that have been mentioned. In April, there were several frosts, which destroyed the blossoms of the peach trees. In May, the weather was so cool as to make fires agreeable to the last day of the month. The wind blew chiefly during the whole of it from the northeast. The scarlatina continued to be the reigning disease. I saw one fatal case of it in which a redness only, without any ulcers or sloughs, appeared in the throat, and I attended another, in which a total immobility in the limbs was substituted by nature for the pain and swellings in those parts which generally attend the disease. There were 3 distinct grades of this epidemic. It was attended with such inflammatory or malignant symptoms, in some instances, as to require 2 or 3 bleedings. In others, it appeared with a typhoid pulse, which yielded to emetics. Turbith mineral was preferred for this bilious yellow fever of 1802. 125 purpose, while a redness, without a fever, which yielded to a single purge, was the only symptom of it in many people. The weather was cool, rainy, and hot in succession in the month of June. The scarlatina continued to be the prevailing disease. During the 1st and 2nd weeks in July, there fell a good deal of rain. On the 4th of the month, I was called to visit Mrs. Harris in Front Street, between Arch and Market Streets, with a bilious fever. The scarlatina had imparted to it a general redness on her skin, which induced her to believe it was that disease, and to neglect sending for medical relief for several days. She died on the 13th day after the month, with a red eye, a black tongue, hiccup, and a yellow skin. 3 other cases of malignant bilious fever occurred this month. 2 of them were attended by Dr. Deweese and Dr. Otto. On the 15th day of the month, the city was alarmed by an account of this fever having appeared near the corners of Front and Vine Streets. A part of the city, which had for many weeks before been complained of by many people for emitting a fetid smell, derived from a great quantity of filthy matter stagnating in that neighborhood, and from the foul air discharged from a vessel called the Esperanza, which lay at Vine Street Wharf. On the 2nd of August, it appeared in other parts of the city, particularly in Front and Water Streets, near the drawbridge, where it evidently originated from putrid sources. Reports were circulated that it was derived from contagion conveyed to Vine Street Wharf in the timbers of a vessel called the St. Domingo packet, but faithful and accurate inquiries proved that this vessel had been detained 21 days, and well cleaned at the Lazaretto, and that no one of 14 men who had worked on board of her afterwards had been affected with sickness of any kind. On the 5th of August, the Board of Health publicly declared the fever to be contagious and advised an immediate desertion of the city. The advice was followed with uncommon degrees of terror and precipitation. The disease continued in different parts of the city during the whole of August and September. On the 5th of October, the citizens were publicly invited from the country by the Board of Health. Bilious yellow fever of 1802. 127 during this season, the yellow fever was epidemic in Baltimore and Wilmington. The former place it was admitted by their Board of Health, and in the latter it was proved by Dr. Vaughan to be of domestic origin. It prevailed at the same time in Sussex County and near Woodbury in New Jersey. Sporadic cases of it likewise occurred in Newark and Boston and in Portsmouth in New Hampshire. The chronic fever was epidemic in several of the towns of North Carolina. Cases of fever, which terminated in a swelling and mortification of the legs, and in death on the 3rd day, appeared on the waters of the Juniata in Pennsylvania. And bilious fevers of a highly inflammatory grade were likewise common near Germantown and Frankfort, in the neighborhood of Philadelphia. But few of the cases of yellow fever which have been mentioned came under my care, but I saw a considerable number of fevers of a less violent grade. They were the inflammatory, bilious, mild-remitting, chronic, and intermitting fevers, and the febrile. They appear, in some instances, distinct from each other, but they generally blended their symptoms in their different stages. The yellow fever often came on in the mild form of an intermittent, and even a febrile, and as often, after a single paroxysm, ended in a mild remittent or chronic fever. When it appeared in the latter form, it was frequently attended with a slow or low pulse and a vomiting and hiccup, such as attended the yellow fever. This diversity of symptoms, with which the summer and autumnal fever came on, made it impossible to decide upon its type on the day of its attack. Having been deceived in one instance, I made it a practice afterwards to watch every case I was called to with double vigilance, lest it should contract a malignant form in my hands, without my being prepared to meet it. Of the 5 original and obvious cases of yellow fever to which one was called, I saved none, for I saw but one of them before the last stage of the disease. In many others, I have reason to believe I prevented that malignant form of fever by the early and liberal use of depleting medicines. The practice of those physicians who attended most of the persons who had the yellow fever was much less successful than in our former epidemics. I suspected at the time, and I was convinced afterwards, that it was occasioned by relying exclusively upon bleeding, purges, and mercury. The skin in several of the cases which I saw was covered with moisture. This clearly pointed out nature's attempt to relieve herself by sweating. Upon my mentioning this fact to the late Dr. Pfeiffer June, bilious yellow fever of 1802-129, he instantly adopted my opinion, and informed me as a reason for doing so that he had heard of several whole families in the northern liberties, where the disease prevailed most, who by attacking it in its forming state by profuse sweats had cured themselves. Without the advice of a physician via Lafroy, an account of the bilious yellow fever as it appeared in Philadelphia in 1803. An account in C, the weather in January was uniformly cold. On the 21st of the month, the Delaware was completely frozen. On the 4th of February, there was a general thaw, attended with a storm of hail, thunder, and lightning, which lasted about 3/4 of an hour. The diseases of both these winter months were catarrhs and bilious pleurisy. The latter appeared in a tertian type. The pain in the side was most sensible every other day. The weather was cold and dry in March, in consequence of which vegetation was unusually backward in April. The whooping cough, catarrhs, and scarlatina were the diseases of this month. The beginning of May was very cool. There was ice on the 7th of the month. The winds during the greatest parts of this and the previous month were from the northeast. In June, the weather was cool. Intermittents were common in this month as well as in May. Such was the predominance of this type of fever over all other diseases that it appeared in the form of profuse sweats every other night in a lady under the care of Dr. Deweese and myself in the puerperal fever. On the intermediate nights she had fever without the least moisture on her skin. There were a few choleras this month. During the latter end of the month, I lost a patient with many of the symptoms of yellow fever. As the weather in July was alternately hot, moderate, and cool, with but little rain. The first 2 weeks of this month were healthy. A few tertian fevers occurred, which readily yielded to bark without previous bleeding. Between the 25th and 31st of the month, 3 deaths took place from the yellow fever. In the month of August, the weather was the same as in July, except that there fell more rain in it. Mild remittance in cholera and phantom were now bilious yellow fever of 1803-135 common. There were likewise several oses of yellow fever during this month. One of them was in Fromberger's court. It was induced by the fautor of putrid fish in a cellar. A malignant dysentery was epidemic during this month in the upper part of Germantown and in its neighborhood. Several persons, Dr. Bensel informed me, died of it in 30-hour sickness. It prevailed at the same time in many parts of the New England states. In September, cases of yellow fever appeared in different parts of the city, but chiefly in Water near Walnut Street. On the 12th of the month, the Board of Health published a declaration of its existence in the city, but said it was not contagious. This opinion gave great offense, for it was generally said to have been imported by means of a packet boat from New York, where the fever then prevailed, because a man had sickened and died in the neighborhood of the wharf where this packet was moored. It was to no purpose to oppose to this belief proofs that no sick person and no goods supposed to be infected had arrived in this boat, and that no one of 3 men who had received the seeds of the disease in New York had communicated it to any one of the families in Philadelphia in which they had sickened and died. The disease assumed a new character this year and was cured by a different force of medicine from that which was employed in some of the years in which it had prevailed in Philadelphia. I shall briefly describe it in each of the systems and then take notice of some peculiarities which attended it. Afterwards I shall mention the remedies which were effectual in curing it. 1. The pulse was moderately tense in most cases. It intermitted in one case, and in several others the tension was of a transient nature. Hemorrhages occurred in many cases. They were chiefly from the nose, but in some instances they occurred from the stomach, bowels, and hemorrhoidal vessels. 2. Great flatulency attended in the stomach, but sickness and vomiting were much less frequent than in former years. I saw but one case in which diarrhea attended this fever. 3. I did not meet with a single instance of a glandular swelling in any part of the body. Bilious yellow fever of 1803, 137.4. There is a general disposition to sweat in this fever from its beginning. 2 of my patients died in whom no moisture could be excited on the skin, but one recovered one with a dry skin by means of a purge, 2 bleedings and blisters, and efflorescence on the skin occurred in several instances. I saw black matter discharged from a blister in one case, and blood in another. 5. The stools were green and black bile was generally discharged in puking. 6. The blood exhibited the following appearances: siziness, laturicarnium, sunken crassamentum, red sediment, and what is called dense or unseparated blood. I saw no instance of its being dissolved. 7. The tongue was whitish and dark colored, and this diseased appearance continued. In some instances, several days after a recovery took place, I saw no smooth red nor black tongue, and but one dry and one natural tongue. The latter was followed by death. I did not see a single case in which the disease came on without an exciting cause, such as light fever, clothing and bedclothes, sitting at doors after night, a long walk, gunning, and violent and unusual exercises of any kind. It was excited in a number of people by their exertions to extinguish a fire which took place in Water Street, between Market and Chestnut Streets, on the morning of the 25th of August. I saw a fatal instance of it succeed a severe toothache. Whether this pain was the exciting cause or the first morbid symptom of the fever, I know not, but I was led by it to bleed a young lady twice who complained of that pain, and who had, at the same time, a tense pulse. Her blood had the usual appearances which occur in the yellow fever. The disease had different appearances in different parts of the city. It was most malignant in Water Street, but in many instances it became less so, as it traveled westward, so that about 9th Street it appeared in the form of a common intermittent. In every part of the city it often came on, as in the year 1802. In all the milder forms of autumnal fever, formerly enumerated, and went off with the usual symptoms of yellow fever. Again, it came on with all the force and malignity of a yellow fever, and terminated in a day or two in a common bilious yellow fever of 1803 on Rhine. These modes of attack were so common that it was impossible to tell what the character or probable issue of a fever would be for 2 or 3 days. The following remedies were found, very generally, to be effectual in this fever. Moderate bleeding. I bled but 3 patients 3, and only 1 4 times. In general, a loss of from 10 to 20 ounces of blood reduced the pulse from a synoca to a synoicoid or typhoid state, and thereby prepared the system for other remedies. 2 purges were always useful. I gave calomel and jalap, castor oil, salts, and senna, according to the grade of the disease, and often according to the humor or taste of the patient. I aided these purges by glisters. In one case, where a griping and black stools attended, I directed injections of lime water and milk to be used, with the happiest effects. 3. I gave emetics in many cases with advantage, but never while the pulse was full or tense. 4. Having observed, as in the year 1802, a spontaneous moisture on the skin on the first day of the disease, in several cases, I was led to assist this dispositio and in nature, to be relieved by the pores by means of sweating remedies. But in no instance did I follow it without previous evacuations from the blood vessels or bowels, for however useful the intimations of nature may be in acute diseases, her efforts should never be trusted to alone, inasmuch as they are in most cases too feeble to do service, or so violent as to do mischiefs. I saw one death, and I heard of another, from an exclusive reliance upon spontaneous sweats in the beginning of this fever. The remedies I employed to promote this evacuation by the pores were an infusion of the Eupatorium perfoliatum in boiling water, aided by copious warm drinks and hot bricks and blankets applied to the external surface of the body. The Eupatorium sometimes sickened the stomach and puked. The sweats were intermittent and renewed 2 or 3 times in the course of 4 and 20 hours. 5 dios. I derived great advantage from the application of blisters to the wrists, before the system descended to what I have elsewhere called the blistering point. This was on the 2nd and 3rd days. My design in applying them thus early was to Julius yellow fever of 1803, 141 attract morbid excitement to the extremities, and thereby to create a substitute for a salvation. They had this effect. The pain, increase of fever, and occasional strangury, which were produced by them, served like anchors to prevent the system being drifted and lost by the concentration of morbid excitement in the stomach and brain on the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th days of the disease. It gave me great pleasure to find, upon revising Dr. Holmes' account of the vellow fever, that this mode of applying blisters in the early stage of the disease was not a new one. He often applied them in the first stage of the fever, more especially when the yellow color of the skin made its appearance on the 1st or 2nd day. By the advice of Dr. Cheney of Jamaica, he was led to prefer them to the thighs, instead of the trunk of the body or the legs and arms. He forbids their ever being applied below the calf of the legs. This caution is probably more necessary in the West Indies than in the United States. The pain and inflammation excited by the blisters were mitigated by soft poultices of bread and milk. The strangury soon yielded to Demolson drinks, particularly a flaxseed tea. I was happy in not being compelled, by the violence or obstinacy of this fever, to resort to a salivation in order to cure it in a single instance. The discharges from the stomach and bowels, and from the veins, pores, and skin, having proved sufficient to convey the disease out of the system, 2 persons recovered this year who had the black vomiting. One of them was by means of large quantities of brandy and volatile alkali administered by Dr. John Dorsey in the city hospital. The other was by means of lime and water and milk given by an intelligent nurse to one of my patients. During the interval of my visits to her, from the history which has been given of the symptoms of this fever, from the less force of medicine that was necessary to subdue it, from the safety and advantage of blisters in its early stage, and from the small proportion which the deaths bore to the number of those who were affected, being seldom more than 5 in 100, including all the grades and forms of the disease, in the practice of most of the physicians. It is evident this fever was of a less malignant nature than it had been in most of the years in which it had been epidemic. There was one more circumstance which proved its diminution of violence, and that was the more feeble operation of its remote cause. In the year 1802, nearly all the persons who were affected with the bilious yellow fever of 1803, 143 fever in the neighborhood of Vine and Water Streets, and in Water between Walnut and Spruce Streets, died. This year, but 2 died of a great number who were sick in the former, and not 1 out of 12 who were sick in the latter place. The filth in both parts of the city was the same in both years. This difference in the violence and mortality of the fever was probably occasioned by a less concentrated state of the miasmata which produced it, or by the cooperation of a less inflammatory constitution of the atmosphere. The yellow fever was epidemic during the summer and autumn of this year in New York, and in Alexandria in Virginia in the latter place. Dr. Dick has informed the public it was derived from domestic putrefaction. And J. Account of sporadic cases of tellow fever as they appeared in Philadelphia in 1804, an account and CI area was marked by deep snows, rain, clear and cold weather, and by the general healthiness of the city. In February, there fell a deep snow, which was followed by several very cold days. There was likewise a fall of snow in March, which was succeeded by an uncommon degree of cold. Catarrhs and bilious pleurisy were very common during both these months. In the beginning of April, the weather was cold and rainy. There were but few signs of vegetation before the 15th of the month. Bilious pleurisy were still the principal diseases which prevailed in the CIT-DV. The month of May was wet, cool, and healthy. In June, the winds were easterly and the weather rainy. The crops of grass were luxuriant. It was remarked that the milk of cows that fed upon this grass yielded less butter than usual, and that horses that fed upon it sweated profusely with but little exercise. On the 3rd of the month, I was called upon by Dr. Physic to visit his father, who was ill with a bilious fever. He died on the 7th with a red eye, hiccup, and black vomiting. 4 persons had the yellow fever in the month of July. One of them was in 4th Street, between Pine and Lombard Streets. Another was in 5th Street, between Race and Vine Streets, both of whom recovered. The remaining 2 were in the Pennsylvania hospital, both of whom died. Remitting and intermitting fevers were likewise common in this month. In August, those fevers assumed a chronic form. During this month, there died an unusual number of children with the cholera morbus. The city was uncommonly healthy in September. A storm of wind and rain from the South OGF yellow fever in 1804-149 cast proved destructive to the crops of cotton this month on the seacoast of South Carolina. In October, intermittents were very common between 8th Street and Schuylkill. 1 case of yellow fever came under my care, in conjunction with Dr. Gallagher, on the western banks of that river. While Philadelphia and all the cities of the United States, Charleston excepted, were thus exempted from the yellow fever as an epidemic, the western parts of all the middle and several of the southern states were visited with the bilious fever in all its different forms. In Delaware County, in the state of New York, at Mill River, in Connecticut, and in several of the middle counties of Pennsylvania, it prevailed in the form of a yellow fever. In other parts of the United States, it appeared chiefly as a highly inflammatory remittent. It was so general that not only whole families, but whole neighborhoods were confined by it. Many suffered from the want of medical advice and nursing, and some from the want of even a single attendant. In consequence of the general prevalence of this fever in some parts of Pennsylvania, the usual labors of the season were suspended. Apples fell and perished upon the ground. No winter grain was sowed, and even cows passed whole days and nights without being milked. The mortality of this fever was considerable, where those distressing circumstances took place. In more favorable circumstances, it yielded to early depletion and afterwards to the bark. Relapses were frequent from premature exposure to the air. Those only escaped them who had been salivated by accident or design for the cure of the fever. This disease was observed very generally to prevail most in high situations, which had been for years distinguished for their healthiness, while the low grounds and the banks of creeks and rivers were but little affected by it. The unusual quantity of rain which had fallen during the summer months had produced moisture in the former places, which favored putrefaction and exhalation, while both were prevented in the latter places. By the grounds being completely covered with water, an account of the bilio US tel au faveur, as it appeared in Philadelphia, in the year 1805, an account, and C, for a history of the uncommonly cold and tempestuous winter of 1804 and 1805, the reader is referred to the account of the climate of Pennsylvania in the first volume of these inquiries, and during the months of January, February, and March, there were a number of bilious catarrhs and pleurisy. On the 7th of April, I visited a patient in the yellow fever with Dr. St. Ewart. He was cured chiefly by copious bleeding. The weather was rainy in May. After the middle of June and during the whole month of July, there fell no rain. The mercury in Fahrenheit you fluctuated for 10 days between 90 degrees and 94 degrees during this month. The diseases which occurred in it were cholera infantum, dysentery, a few common bilious, and 8 cases of yellow fever. 3 of the last were in 12th between Locust and Walnut Streets, and were first visited on the 14th and 15th of the month by Dr. Hartshorn as outpatients of the Pennsylvania hospital. 2 of them were attended about a week afterwards by Dr. Church in South Wark, and the remaining 3 by Dr. Ruiso and Dr. Stewart in the south end of the city. On the 3rd of August, there fell a heavy shower of rain, but the weather during the remaining part of the month was warm and dry. The pastures were burnt up, and there was a great deficiency of summer vegetables in the neighborhood of Philadelphia. The water in the Schuylkill was lower by 3 inches than it had been in the memory of a man of 70 years of age, who had lived constantly within sight of it. In September, a number of cases of yellow fever appealed in South Woking, near Catherine Street. Government bilious yellow fever of 1805, they were readily traced to a large bed of oysters, which had putrefied on Catherine Street wharf, and which had emitted a most offensive exhalation throughout the whole neighborhood for several weeks before the fever made its appearance. This exhalation proved fatal to a number of cats and dogs, and it now became obvious that the 2 cases of yellow fever that were attended by Dr. Church in the month of July were derived from it. An attempt was made to impose a belief that they were taken by contagion from a ship at the Lazaretto, which had lately arrived from the West Indies, but a careful investigation of this tale proved that neither of the 2 subjects of the fever had been on board that, nor any other ship, then under quarantine. The fever prevailed during the whole of this month in South Wark. A few cases of it appeared in the city, most of which were in persons who had resided in or visited that district. 2 was brought on by weak, exciting causes in South Wark, but the cases which originated in the city required strong, exciting causes to produce them. A heavy rain, accompanied with a good deal of wind, on the late of September, and a frost on the night of the 7th of October, gave a considerable check to the fever, but few cases of it came under my care. Having perceived the same disposition in nature to relieve herself by the pores that I observed in the years 1802 and 1803, my remedies were the same as in the latter year, and attended with the same success. Dr. Caldwell and Dr. Stewart, whose practice was extensive in South Wark, informed me those remedies had been generally successful in their hands. The only new medicine that the experience of this year suggested in this disease was for one of its most distressing and dangerous symptoms, that is, the vomiting which occurs in its 2nd stage. Dr. Physic discovered that 10 drops of the spirit of turpentine, given every 2 hours in a little molasses or syrup or sweet oil, effectually checked it in several instances in patients who afterwards recovered. It was administered with equal success in a case which came under my care, after an absence of pulse and a coldness of the extremities had taken place. Dr. Church informed me that he gave great relief to the sick in the city hospital by this medicine by prescribing it in blisters, as well as by the mouth, in distressing affections of the stomach and bowels. Bilious yellow fever of 1805. 157 Dr. Stewart observed that all those persons who had been affected by the yellow fever in former years had mild remittance in the same situations that others had the prevailing epidemic in a malignant form. In one of 4 bodies the doctor examined, he found 6, and in another 3 intussusceptions of the intestines, without any signs of inflammation. He discovered the common marks of disease from this fever in other parts of those bodies. The deaths from this fever amounted to between 300 and 400. They would probably have been more numerous had not those families who were in competent circumstances fled into the country, and had not the poor been removed by the Board of Health from the infected atmosphere of South Wark to tents provided for them in the neighborhood of the city, and they would probably have been fewer considering the tractable nature of the disease. When met by suitable remedies in its early stage, had not the sick concealed their indisposition in many instances for 2 or 3 days, lest they should doors be dragged to the city hospital or have sentinels placed at their doors, to prevent any communication with their friends and neighbors. While these attempts were made to check the progress of the fever, it did not escape the notice of many of the citizens of Philadelphia that not a single instance occurred of its being communicated by contagion in any of the families in the city in which persons had sickened or died with it, and that while the sick were deprived of the kind offices of their friends and neighbors, lest they should be infected. Physicians and the members of the Board of Health pass by the guards every day in their visits to the same sick people, and afterwards mix with their fellow citizens in every part of the city, without changing their clothes. The yellow fever appeared early in the season in New Haven, in Connecticut, and in Providence on Rhode Island, in both of which places it was derived from putrid exhalation, and was speedily and effectually checked by removing the healthy persons who lived in its neighborhood to a distance from it. Several sporadic cases of it occurred during the autumn in Gloucester County in New Jersey and in Mifflin and Chester counties in Pennsylvania. It was epidemic in New York at the same time it prevailed in Southwark and Philadelphia. The following extract of a letter from the health officer of New York to one of his bilious yellow fever of 1805-159 friends contains a satisfactory proof that it was not. In that city, an imported disease, quarantine ground, Septi 7, I most sincerely and tenderly deplore the unfortunate situation of our city. What do people say now of the origin of the disease, you may state, for the information of those who wish to be informed? That not a single vessel on board of which a person has been sick with fever of any kind, or on board of which any person has died with any disease, while in the voyage home, has ever gone up to the city during this whole season. This we know, and this we vouch for, and farther state that all the cases of fever that have come down as from the city have been all people of and belonging to the city, and unconnected with the shipping, excepting one a sailor who had no connection with any foul vessel. There is not a shadow of proof or suspicion that can attach to the health office or to infected vessels this season. I am an ex-John or B. Rogers, having concluded the history of the bilious yellow fever as it has appeared in 11 successive years, since 1793, as an epidemic, or in sporadic cases, I shall proceed next to enumerate all the sources of that fever, as well as all the other usual forms of the summer and autumnal disease of the United States, and afterwards mention the means of preventing them. An inquiry into the various sources of the usual forms of summer QT autumnal disease in the United States, and the means of preventing them. An inquiry, and see the business of the following inquiry is to enumerate the various sources of the usual forms of the summer and autumnal disease in the United States, and to sue to one to mention the means of preventing them, to render the application of those means as extensive as possible. It will be proper to mention under the first head all those sources of summer and autumnal disease which have been known to produce it in other countries, as well as in the United States. They are 1. Exhalations from marshes. These are supposed to be partly of a vegetable and partly of an animal nature. They are derived from the shores of creeks and mill ponds, as well as from low and wet grounds, also from the following vegetable substances in a state of putrefaction. 2. Cabbage. A malignant fever was produced at Oxford by a putrid heap of this vegetable some years ago, which proved fatal to many of the inhabitants and to several of the students of the university at that place. 3. Potatoes. Nearly a whole ship's crew perished at Tortola by removing from her hold a quantity of putrid potatoes. 4 pepper, 5 Indian meal, 6 onions, 7. About the time, Savsder, Trotter, when notice was taken of the putrefying coffee on the wharf at Philadelphia. In the year 1793, a captain of a man of war, just returned from the Jamaica station, informed me that several vessels laden with the same produce came to Kingston from St. Domingo during the distracted state of that colony. This article, with other productions, had been allowed to spoil and ferment. The evolution of a great quantity of fixed air or carbonic acid gas was the consequence. And in these vessels, when opening the hatchways, such was its concentrated state, that the whole of the crew in some of them were found dead on the deck. A pilot boarded one of them in this condition and had nearly perished himself. 10 chocolate shells. 11. Cotton, which had been wetted on board of a vessel that arrived in New York a few years ago from Savannah, in Georgia. 12. Hemp, flax, and straw. 13. The canvas of an old tent. 14 old books and old paper money that had been wetted and confined in close rooms and closets. 15. The timber of an old house. A fever produced by this cause is mentioned by Dr. Haller in his Bibliotheca Medicine. 16 Cream wood confined in a closed cellar during the summer months. A fever from this cause was once produced in this city in a family that was attended by the late Dr. Cadwallader, 17, the green timber of a new ship. Captain Thomas Bell informed me that in a voyage to the East Indies in the year 1784, he lost 6 of his men with the scurvy, which he supposed to be derived wholly from the foul air emitted by the green timber of his ship. The hammocks, which were near the sides of the ship, rotted during the voyage, while those which were suspended in the middle of the ship retained their sound and natural state. This scurvy has been lately proved by Dr. Claiborne in an ingenious inaugural dissertation published in Philadelphia in the year 1798 to be a misplaced state of malignant fever. Dr. Lind mentions likewise the timber of new ships as one of the sources of febrile diseases. The timber of soldiers' huts and of the cabins of men who follow the business of making charcoal in the woods often produce fevers as soon as the bark begins to rot and fall from them, which is generally on the second year after they are erected. Fevers have been excited even by the exhalation from trees that have been killed by being girdled in an old field. 18. The stagnating air of the hold of a ship. 19. Bilge water. 20. Water that had long been confined in hogsheads at sea. 1. Stagnating rainwater. 22. The stagnating air of close cellars. 23. The matters which usually stagnate in the gutters, common sewers, docks, and alleys of cities, and in the sinks of kitchens. A citizen of Philadelphia who had a sink in his kitchen lost a number of cats and dogs by convulsion. At length, one of his servants was affected with the same disease. This led him to investigate the cause of it. He soon traced it to his sink. By altering its construction so as to prevent the escape of noxious air from it, he destroyed its unwholesome quality, so that all his domestics lived in good health in his kitchen afterwards. 24. Air emitted by agitating foul and stagnating water. Dr. Franklin was once infected with an intermitting fever from this cause. 25. A duck pond. The children of a family in this city were observed for several successive years to be affected with a bilious remitting fever. The physician of the family, Dr. Phineas Bond, observing no other persons to be affected with the same fever in the neighborhood, suspected that it arose from some local cause. He examined the yard belonging to the house, where he found an offensive duck pond. The pond was filled with earth, and the family were afterwards free from an annual bilious fever. 26. A hogsty has been known to produce violent bilious fevers throughout a whole neighborhood in Philadelphia. 27. Weeds cut down and exposed to heat and moisture near a house. Fevers are less frequently produced by putrid animal than by putrid vegetable matters. There are, however, instances of there having been rated by the following animal substances in a state of putrefaction. 1. Tuer, human bodies that have been left unburied upon a field of battle. 2. Salted beef and pork. 3. Locusts. 4. Raw hides confined in stores and in the holds of ships. 5. A whale thrown upon the seashore in Holland. 6. A large bed of oysters, the malignant fevers which prevailed in Alexandria, in Virginia, in 1803, and in South Wark, adjoining Philadelphia, in the year 1805, were derived from this cause. 7. The entrails of fish. In 8 privies, the diarrhea and dysentery are produced, oftener than any other form of summer and autumnal disease, by the fautor of privies. During the Revolutionary War, an American regiciding summer and autumn, men consisting of 600 men were affected with a dysentery from being encamped near a large mass of human feces. The disease was suddenly checked by removing their encampment to a distance from it. 5 persons in one family were affected with the yellow fever in Philadelphia in 1805, who lived in a house in which a privy in the cellar emitted a most offensive smell. No one of them had been exposed to the foul air of South Wark, in which the fever chiefly prevailed in the autumn of that year. 3 of them sickened at the same time, which obviated the suspicion of the disease being produced by contagion. There are several other sources of malignant fevers besides those which have been mentioned. They are exhalations from volcanoes, wells, and springs of water, also flesh, fish, and vegetables fever. A farmer in New Hampshire who had overheated a fat ox by excessive labor in the time of harvest, perceiving him to be indisposed, instantly killed him and sent his flesh to a neighboring market. Of 24 persons who ate of this flesh, 15 died in a few days. A fatal disease eaten in a putrid state. But these seldom act in any country, and 2 of them only, and that rarely in the United States. The usual forms of the disease, produced by miasmata from the sources of them which have been enumerated, are 1. Malignant or bilious yellow fever, 2. Inflammatory bilious fever, 3. Mild remittent, 4. Mild intermittent, 5. Chronic or what is called nervous fever, 6. Fibricula, 7. Dysentery, 8. Colic, 9. Cholera morbus produced by this ailment fell, with its chief force upon the stomach and bowels, 10. Diarrhea. In deriving all the above forms of disease from miasmata, I do not mean to insinuate that sporadic cases of each of them are not produced by other causes. In designating them by a single name, I commit no breach upon the ancient nomenclature of medicine. The gout affects not only the blood vessels and bowels, but every other part of the body, and yet no writer has, upon that account, distinguished it by a plural epithet. The 4 last of the forms of disease that have been mentioned have been very properly called intestinal states of fever. They nearly accord in their greater or less degrees of violence and danger with the first 4 states of fever which occupy the blood vessels, and in the order in which both of them have been named. I shall illustrate this remark by barely mentioning the resemblance of the yellow fever to the dysentery, in being attended with costiveness in its first stage, from a suspended or defective secretion or excretion of bile, and in terminating very generally in death, when not met by the early use of depleting remedies. The variety in the forms and grades of the summer and autumnal disease in different seasons, and their occasional changes into each other in the same seasons, are to be sought for in the variety of the sensible and insensible qualities of the atmosphere, of the course of the winds, and of the aliments of different hues. The means of preventing the different forms of disease that have been mentioned come next under our consideration. Happily for mankind, heaven has kindly sent certain premonitory signs of the most fatal of them. These signs appear externally in certain changes in previous diseases, in the atmosphere, and in the animal and vegetable creation. 2. In the human body, 1. The first external premonitory sign that I shall mention is an unusual degree of violence in the diseases of the previous year or season. Many proofs of the truth of this remark are to be met with in the works of Dr. Sydenham. It has been confirmed in Philadelphia in nearly all her malignant fevers since the year 1793. It would seem as if great and mortal epidemics, like the planets, had satellites revolving round them, for they are not only preceded but accompanied and followed by diseases which appear to reflect back upon them some of their malignity. But there is an exception to this remark, for we now and then observe uncommon and general healthiness before the appearance of a malignant epidemic. This was the case in Philadelphia, previously to the fevers of 1798 and 1799. I have ascribed this to the stimulus of the pestilential miasmata barely overcoming the action of weak diseases, without being powerful enough to excite a malignant fever. 2. Substances painted with white lead and exposed to the air, suddenly assuming a dark color, and wines from unusual quarters and unusual and long protracted calms indicate the approach of a pestilential disease. The south winds have blown upon the city of Philadelphia ever since 1793, more constantly than in former years. A smokiness or mist in the air, the late Dr. Matthew Wilson has remarked, generally precedes a sickly autumn in the state of Delaware. 3. Malignant and mortal epidemics are often preceded by uncommon sickness and mortality among certain birds and beasts. They have both appeared chiefly among wild pigeons and cats in the United States. The mortality among cats previous to the appearance of epidemics has been taken notice of in other countries. Dr. Willen says it occurred in the city of London between the 20th of March and the 20th of April in the year 1797, before a sickly season, and Dr. Boniva says it preceded a mortal epidemic in Paris. The cats, the doctor remarks, lose, on the second day of their disease, the power of emitting electrical sparks from their backs, and when thrown from a height, do not, as in health, fall upon their feet. The common house fly has nearly disappeared from our cities. Mosquitoes have been multiplied, and several new insects have appeared, just before the prevalence of our late malignant epidemics. 5. Certain trees have emitted an unusual smell. The leaves of others have fallen prematurely. Summer fruits have been less in size and of an inferior quality, and apples and pears have been naughty in the summers previous to several of our malignant autumnal fevers. Dr. Ambrose Perry says, an unusually rapid growth of mushrooms once preceded the plague in Paris this second. The premonitory signs of an approaching malignant epidemic in the human body are 1. A sudden drying up or breaking out of an old sore, fresh eruptions in different parts of the body, a cessation of a chronic disease, or a conversion of a periodical into a continual disease. Of this, there were many instances in Philadelphia in the year 1793. 2. A peculiar sallowness of the complexion. This was observed to be general in Philadelphia previous to the yellow fever of 1793. Dr. Dick informed me that he had observed the same appearance in the faces of the people of Alexandria, accompanied in some cases with a yellowness of the eyes during the summer of 1793, and previous to the appearance of a violent bilious fever on the banks of the Potomac. 3. I have observed one or more of the following symptoms, namely, headache, a decay or increase of appetite, costiveness, a diminished or increased secretion of urine, a hot and offensive breath, constant sweats, and sometimes of a foetid nature, or a dry skin, wakefulness or a disposition to early or protracted sleep, a preternaturally frequent pulse, unusual vivacity or depression of spirits, fatigue and sweats from light exertions, hands when rubbed, emitting a smell like hepar sulphurous, and lastly, a sense of burning in the mouth to be present in different persons. During the prevalence of our malignant epidemics, predisposition to it, the means of preventing the different forms of our summer and autumnal disease come next, under our consideration. I shall first mention such as have been most effectual in guarding against its malignant form, and afterwards take notice of such as are proper in its milder grades. Into such as are proper to protect individuals. 2. Such as are proper to defend whole communities from the disease. And 3. Such as are proper to exterminate it by removing its causes, i.e. of the means of protecting individuals. Where flight is practicable, it should be resorted to in every case, to avoid an attack of a malignant fever. The heights of Germantown and Derby have for many years afforded a secure retreat to a large number of the citizens of Philadelphia from their late annual epidemics. It were to be wished our governments possessed the power of compelling our citizens to desert the whole or parts of infected cities and villages. In this way, the yellow fever was suddenly annihilated in Providence on Rhodus Land and in New Haven in Connecticut in the year 1805. But the same power should rigorously prevent the removal of the sick, except it be that class of them which have neither homes nor friends. The less the distance they are carried beyond the infected atmosphere, the better. The injury sustained by conveying them in a jolting carriage for 2 or 3 miles has often been proclaimed in the reports of our city hospitals, of patients being admitted without a pulse and dying a few hours afterwards. In leaving a place infected by miasmata, care should be taken not to expose the body to great cold, heat, or fatigue for 18 or 20 days, lest they should excite the dormant seeds of the disease into action. But where flight is not enforced by law, or where it is not practicable or preferred, safety should be sought for in such means as reduce the preternatural tone and fullness induced in the blood vessels by the stimulus of the miasmata, and the suppression of customary secretions. These are 1. A diet, accommodated to the greater or less exposure of the body to the action of miasmata, and to the greater or less degrees of labor or exercise which are taken. In cases of gray expo sure to an infected atmosphere, with but little exercise, the diet should be simple in its quality, and small in its quantity. Fresh meats and wine should be avoided. A little salted meat and cayenne pepper with vegetables prevent an undue languor of the stomach from the want of its usual cordial aliments. The less mortality of the yellow fever in the French and Spanish West India Islands than in the British has been justly attributed to the more temperate habits of the natives of France and Spain. The Brahmins, who live wholly upon vegetables, escape the malignant fevers of India, while whole regiments of Europeans who eat animal food die in their neighborhood. The people of Minorca, Dr. Cleghorn says, who reside near gardens and live chiefly upon fruit during the summer, escape the violent autumnal fever of that island. The field Negroes of South Carolina owe their exemption from bilious fevers to their living chiefly upon vegetables. There is a fact which shows that not only temperance, but abstinence bordering upon famine has afforded a protection from malignant fevers. In a letter which I received a few months ago from the Reverend Thomas Hall, chaplain to the British factory at Leghorn, containing an account of the yellow fever which prevailed in that city in the summer and autumn of 1804, there is the following communication. F of the rich who live in large airy houses, there died but 4 persons with the fever. Of the commodious who live comfortably, but not affluenui, there died 10 or of the poor who inhabited small and crowded rooms in the dirty and confined parts of the city, there died nearly 700. But of the beggars who had scarcely anything to eat, and who slept half naked every night upon hard pavements, not one died. From the reduced and exhausted state of the system in these people, they were incapable, if I may be allowed the expression, of the combustion of fever. Persons reduced by chronic diseases in like manner often escape, such as are acute. French ships of the line landed 300 sick at St. Domingo while the yellow fever prevailed there in the year 1745, and yet no one of them was infected by it. Where the body is exposed to miasmata, and a great deal of exercise taken at the same time, broths, a little wine, or malt liquors, may be used with the fruits and garden vegetables of the season with safety and advantage. The change from a full to a low diet should be made gradually. When made suddenly, it predisposes to an attack of the disease. Once, too, on the means of preventing, laxative medicines, hundreds, perhaps thousands, of the citizens of Philadelphia were indebted for their preservation from the yellow fever to the occasional use of a calomel pill, a few grains of rhubarb, or a tablespoonful of sweet or castor oil. During the prevalence of our late pestilential fevers, even the air of Batavia has been deprived of its poisonous quality by means of this class of medicines. A citizen of Philadelphia asked a captain of a New England ship, whom he met at that island, how he preserved the whole crew of his ship in health, while half the sailors of all the other ships in the harbor were sick or dead. He informed him that it was by giving each of them a gentle purge of sulfur every day. 3, a plentiful perspiration or moderate sweats, kept up by means of warm clothing and bedclothes. The excretion which takes place by the skin is a discharge of the first necessity. I have never known an instance of a person's being attacked by the yellow fever in whom this discharge was constant and equally diffused all over the body. Its effects are equally salutary in preventing the plague. So well known is this fact that Mr. Volney informs us in his travels into Egypt that the common salutation at Cairo during the prevalence of the plague is, "Do you sweat freely?" For the purpose of promoting this excretion, flannel shirts or waistcoats worn next to the skin have been found more useful than linen, as the perspiration and sweats, which are thus discharged in a pestilential season, are often unusual in their quantity and of a morbid quality. Clean body linen or flannel should be put on every day, and where this is not practicable, that which has been worn should be exchanged every morning and evening for that which has been exposed during the previous day and night in a dry air. Chapter 3. Medical Inquiries and Observations, Volume 4, Part 3, 4, Bloodletting. In addition to the authorities of Dr. Haller and Dr. Hodges, mentioned in another plange, in favor of this remedy, I shall subjoin a few others. Dr. Mitchell, in his account of the yellow fever which prevailed in Virginia in the year 1741, informs us that it was often prevented in persons who were under the influence of its remote cause. By the loss of a few ounces of blood, it was formerly a practice among the physicians in St. Domingo to bleed whole regiments of troops, as soon as they arrived from France, by which means they were preserved from the malignant fever of the island. During the short visit paid to this city in the year 1798 by Dr. Borland, a respectable physician of the British Army, he put into my hands the following communication. In the beginning of August 1797, 109 Dutch artillery arrived at Port-au-Prince in the Bangalore transport. The florid appearance of the men, their cumbersome clothing, and the season of the year seemed all unfavorable omens of the melancholy fate we presumed awaited them. It was, however, thought a favorable opportunity by Dr. Jackson and myself to try what could be done in warding off the fever. It was accordingly suggested to Monsieur Couturier, the chief surgeon of the foreign troops, and the surgeon of the regiment, that the whole detachment should be blooded freely, and that the morning after a dose of physic should be administered to every man. This 11 was implicitly complied with a day or two after, and at this moment in which I write, although a period of 4 months has elapsed, but 2 of that detachment have died, one of whom was in a dangerous state when he landed. A success unparalleled during the war in St. Domingo. It is true, several have been attacked with the disease, but in those the symptoms were less violent, and readily subsided by the use of the lancet. The crew of the Bangalore on her arrival at Port-au-Prince consisted of 28 men. With them no preventive plan was followed. In a very few weeks 8 died, and at present of the original number. But 14 remain. All these depleting remedies, whether used separately or together, induce such an artificial debility in the system as disposes it to vibrate more readily under the impression of the miasma. Thus the willow rises after bowing before a blast of wind, while the unyielding oak falls to the ground by its side. It is from the similarity of the natural weakness in the systems of women in the West Indies with that which has been induced by the artificial means that have been mentioned, that they so generally escape the malignant endemic of the islands. A second class of preventives of malignant fever are such as obviate the internal action of miasmata by exciting a general or partial determination to the external surface of the body. These are 1. The warm bath. I have known this grateful remedy used with success in our city. It serves the treble purposes of keeping the skin clean, and the pores open, and of defending what are called voleifu. 2a. The vital organs from disease, by inviting its remote cause to the external surface of the body. 2. The cold bath, or cold water applied to the external surface of the body. Ulloa, in his travels through Cuba, tells us the Spaniards make it a practice, when partially wetted by the rain, to plunge themselves with their wet clothes on into the first stream of water they meet with afterwards, by which means they avoid taking the fever of the island. Where this cannot be conveniently done, the peasants strip, oil their clothes, and put them under a shelter, and receive showers of rain upon their naked bodies, and thus preserve themselves from the fever. In his treatise upon the cold bath, that those persons who lived in watermills, also watermen, bargemen, and fishermen, who were employed upon the river and in dabbling in cold water, were rarely affected by the plague in London in 1665, and that but 2 persons died with it on London Bridge. The water carriers at Cairo, Mr. Volney says, uniformly escaped the plague. And Dr. Chisholm informs us that those Negroes in Demerara who go naked, and are thereby disposed not to avoid showers of rain, are never affected with the fever of that country. 3. Washing the body every morning and evening with salt water. A whole ship's crew from Philadelphia was preserved by this means from the yellow fever some years ago in one of the West India islands, while a large proportion of the crews of several ships that lay in the same harbor perished by that disease. 4. Anointing the body with oil, the natives of Africa and some American Indians use this preventive with success during their sickly seasons. It has lately been used, it is said, with effect in preventing the plague. Its efficacy for that purpose was first suggested by no oilman having died of that disease during 4 years, in which time 100 people perished with it in Egypt. Oliver, in his travels into that country, says the men who make and sell butter are equally fortunate in escaping it. 5. Issues, setons, and blisters belong to this class of preventives of malignant and bilious fevers. Issues, according to Paracenus, Florentinus, Forestus, and several other authors quoted by Diemerbrock have prevented the plague in many hundred instances. Perarius says all who had ulcers from the venereal disease or any other cause escaped it. Dr. Hodges owed his preservation from the plague in London in 1665 to an issue in his leg. He says he always felt a slight pain in it when he went into a sick room. Dr. Gallagher ascribed his escape from the yellow fever of 1799 to a perpetual blister, which he applied to his arm for that purpose. Dr. Barton favored me with the sight of a letter from Dr. James Stevens, dated January 12, 1801, in which he says he believed Dr. Beach, formerly of Connecticut, had been preserved from the bilious fever by a seton in his side. He adds further that Dr. Beach had been called to attend the laborers at the Onondaga Salt Springs in the state of New York, 98 of whom out of 100 had the bilious fever. Of the 2 who escaped it, one had a sore leg, the other what is called a scald head. The discharge from the sores in each of them, as well as from the doctor's issue, was more copious during the prevalence of the fever than it had been at any other time. A third class of preventives of malignant fever are such as excited general action, more powerful than that which the miasmata are disposed to create in the system, or an action of a contrary nature. These are 1, onions and garlic. All those citizens who used these vegetables in their diet escaped the yellow fever in 1793. The greater exemption of the natives of France from this disease, wherever they are exposed to it, than of the inhabitants of other European countries, has been ascribed in part to the liberal use of those condiments in their food. The Jews, it has been said, have often owed to them their preservation from the plagues which formerly prevailed in Europe. It is probable leeks and onions, which to this day form a material part of the diet of the inhabitants of Egypt, were cultivated and eaten originally as the means of obviating the plagues of that country. I have been at a loss to know why the author of Nature, who has endowed these vegetables with so many excellent qualities for diet and medicine, should have accompanied them with such a disagreeable smell. Perhaps the reason was kindly to force them into universal use, for it is remarkable their smell in the breath is imperceptible to those who use them. 2. Calomel taken in such small doses as gently to affect the gums. It preserved most of the crew of a Russian ship at Plymouth in the year 1777 from a fever generated by filth in her hold. In a letter which I received from Captain Thomas Truxton in the year 1797, he informed me that an old and respectable merchant at Batavia had assured him he had been preserved in good health by calomel, taken in the way that has been mentioned during the sickly seasons for upwards of 30 years. The mortality of the fevers of that island may easily be conceived of when I add, on the authority of a physician quoted in Sir George Staunton's account of his embassy to China, that 1/2 of all newcomers die there on the first year of their arrival. Our principal dependence should be placed upon those 2 preventives under this head. There are several others which have been in common use, some of which I believe are hurtful, and the rest are of feeble or doubtful efficacy. They are 3, wine and ardent spirits. They both prevent a malignant fever, only when they excite an action in the system above that which is ordinarily excited by the miasmata of the fever. But this cannot be done without producing intoxication, which, to be effectual, must be perpetual, for the weakness and excitability, which take place in the intervals of drunkenness, predisposed to the disease. Agreeably to this remark, I observed 3 persons who were constantly drunk survived 2 of our most fatal epidemics, while all those persons who were alternately drunk and sober rarely escaped an attack of the fever. In most of them, it terminated in death. For tobacco, many hundreds of the citizens of Philadelphia can witness that no benefit was derived from this weed in any of the ways in which it is commonly used in the late epidemics of our city. Mr. Howard says it has no effect in preserving from the plague. 5. Camphor suspended in a bag round the neck, and rags wetted in vinegar and applied to the nose. These means were in general use in the fever of 1793 in Philadelphia, but they afforded no protection from it. It is possible they had a contrary effect by entangling in their volatile particles more of the miasmata of the fever, and thus increasing a predisposition to it. A fourth class of the preventives of malignant fevers are certain substances which are said to destroy miasmata BV entering into mixture with them. Two persons who were very much exposed to the causes of the fever in 1798 took each of them a tablespoonful of sweet oil every morning. They both escaped the fever. Did the oil in these cases act by destroying miasmata in the stomach chemically? Or did it defend the stomach mechanically from their action? Or did it prevent the disease only by gently opening the bowels? It is certain the fat of pork meat protects the men who work in the lead mines of Great Britain from the deleterious effects which the fumes of that metal are apt to bring upon the stomach and bowels, and that a poison arrow discharged into the side of a hog will not injure him if it be arrested by the fat which lines that part of his body. The vapor which issues from fresh earth has been supposed to destroy the miasmata which produce malignant fevers by entering into mixture with them. Most of the men who were employed in digging graves and cellars and in removing the dirt from the streets of Philadelphia in 1793 escaped the fever of that year. In the new settlements of our country, it is said the poison of the rattlesnake is deprived of its deadly effects upon the body by thrusting the wounded limb into a hole recently made in the earth. The fable of Antaeus, who rose with renewed strength from the ground after repeated falls, was probably intended to signify, among other things, the salutary virtues which are contained in the effluvia, which issue from fresh clods of earth. There are many facts which show the efficacy of the volatile alkali in destroying, by mixture, the poison of snakes. One of them was lately communicated to the public by Dr. Kamsay of South Carolina. What would be the effect of the daily use of a few teaspoonfuls of this medicine in a liquid form, and of frequently washing the body with it during the prevalence of pestilential epidemics? The miasmata which produce malignant fevers often exist in an inoffensive state in the body for weeks and perhaps months, without doing any harm. With but a few exceptions, they seldom induce a disease without the reinforcement of an exciting cause. In vain, therefore, shall we use all the preventives that have been recommended without the avoiding of all its exciting causes. These are 1. Heat and cold. While hay former has excited the yellow fever in thousands, the latter has excited it in tens of thousands. It is not in middle latitudes only that cold awakens this disease in the body. Dr. Mosley says it is a more frequent exciting cause of that and of other diseases in the island of Jamaica than in any of the most temperate climates of the globe. It is this which renders cases of yellow fever, when epidemic in our cities, more numerous in the cool months of September and October than in July and August, for the purpose of avoiding this pernicious and universal influence of cold. The clothing and bed covers should be rather warmer in those months in middle and northern latitudes than is agreeable, and fires should be made every morning and evening in common sitting rooms and during the whole day. When the weather is damp or cool, they serve not only to prevent the reduction of the excitement of the blood vessels by the gradual and imperceptible abstraction of the heat of the body, but to convey up a chimney all the unwholesome air that accumulates in those rooms during a sickly season. By these precautions I have known whole families preserved in health, while all their neighbors who neglected them have been confined by a prevailing autumnal fever. 3. The early morning and evening air, even in warm weather. 4. Fatigue from amusements such as fishing, gunning, and dancing, and from unusual labor or exercise. The effects of fatigue from this cause have been already noticed in the maids of large families being the only persons who die of the fever, in consequence of their having performed great and unusual services to those branches of the family who survive them, while nurses, who only exercise their ordinary habits in attending sick people, are seldom carried off by it. Intemperance in eating and drinking. 6. Partaking of new aliments and drinks. The stomach, during the prevalence of malignant fevers, is always in an irritable state, and constantly disposed to be affected by impressions that are not habitual to it. 7. Violent emotions or passions of the mind. 8. The entire cessation of moderate labor. This, by permitting the mind to ramble upon subjects of terror and distress, and by exposing the body to idleness and company, favors an attack of fever. A predisposition to it is likewise created by alternating labor and idleness with each other. 9. The continuance of hard labor. The miasmata which produce malignant fevers sometimes possess so much force that the least addition to it, even from customary acts of labor, is sufficient to excite the disease. In this case, safety should be sought in retirement, more especially by those persons whose occupations expose them to the heat of fires and the rays of the sun, such as hatters, smiths, bricklayers, and house and ship carpenters. The wealthy inhabitants of Constantinople and Smyrna erroneously supposed they escaped the contagion of the plague by shutting themselves up in their houses during its prevalence. They owe their preservation chiefly to their being removed by an exemption from care and business from all its exciting causes. Most of the nobility and gentry of Moscow, by these means, escaped a plague which carried off 27 persons in that city in the year 1771, and many whole families in Philadelphia were indebted for their safety to the same precautions in the year 1793. Confinement is more certain in its beneficial effects when persons occupy the upper stories only of their houses. The inhabitants of St. Lucia, Dr. Chisholm says, by this means often escape the yellow fever of that island. Such is the difference between the healthiness of the upper and lower stories of a house that travelers tell us. Birds live in the former and die in the latter during the prevalence of a plague in the eastern countries. All the exciting causes that have been enumerated should be avoided with double care 3 days before, and 3 days after, as well as on the days of the full and change of the moon. The reason for this caution was given in the account of the yellow fever in Philadelphia in the year 1797. To persons who have retired from infected cities or countries, it will be necessary to suggest a caution not to visit them while the malignant fever from which they fled prevails in them. Dr. Dow informed me, in his visit to Philadelphia in the year 1800, that the natives and old citizens of New Orleans who retired into the country and returned during the prevalence of the yellow fever in that city the year before were often affected by it, while all such persons as did not change their residence escaped it. The danger from visiting an infected city is greater to persons who breathe an atmosphere of a uniform temperature than one that is subject to alternate changes in its degrees of heat and cold. The inhabitants of Mexico, Baron Humboldt informed me, who descend from their elevated situation, where the thermometer seldom varies more than 10 degrees in the year, and visit Vera Cruz during the prevalence of the yellow fever in that city, are much oftener affected by it than the newcomers from the variable climates of one Section 8 on the means of preventing European countries. But the habits of insensibility to the impressions of the miasmata of this disease in one country do not always protect the system from their action in another. The same illustrious traveler informed me that the inhabitants of the Havana who visit Vera Cruz and the inhabitants of Vera Cruz who visit the Havana are affected in common with strangers with the fever of those places. I shall take leave of this part of our subject by adding that I am so much impressed with a belief in the general and almost necessary connection of an exciting cause with a yellow fever, that were I to enter a city and meet its inhabitants under the first impressions of terror and distress, from its appearance, my advice to them should be, beware, not of contagion, for the yellow fever of our country is not contagious, nor of putrid exhalations. When the duties of humanity or consanguinity require your attendance, but beware of exciting causes, in the mild grades of the summer and autumnal fevers of the United States. The means of prevention should be different from those which have been recommended to prevent the yellow fever. They consist of such things as gently invigorate the system, and thus create an action superior to that which the miasmata have excited in it. The means commonly employed for this purpose are cordial diet and drinks, consisting of salted meat and fish, with a moderate quantity of wine and malt liquors. Dr. Blaine says the British soldiers who lived upon salt meat during the American War were much less afflicted with the intermitting fever than the neighboring country people. And, it is well known, the American army was much less afflicted with summer and autumnal fevers, after they exchanged their fresh meat for rations of salted beef and pork. Ardent spirits should be used cautiously, for, when taken long enough to do good, they create a dangerous attachment to them. A strong infusion of any bitter herb in water, taken upon an empty stomach, is a cheap substitute for all the above liquors where they cannot be afforded. The Peruvian bark has in many instances been used with success as a preventive of the mild grades of the summer and autumnal fevers of our country. 2. An equable and constant perspiration. This should be kept up by all the means formerly mentioned for that purpose. 3. Avoiding certain exciting causes, particularly great heat and cold, fatigue, long intervals between meals, intemperance, and the morning and evening air, more especially during the lunar periods formerly mentioned. Dr. Lynn says, the farmers of Holderness in England who go out early to their work are seldom long-lived, probably from their constitutions being destroyed by frequent attacks of intermitting fevers, to which that practice exposes them. Where peculiar circumstances of business render it necessary for persons to inhale the morning air, care should be taken never to do it without first eating a cordial breakfast. The intestinal state of our summer and autumnal disease requires several specific means to prevent it, different from those which have been advised to defend the blood vessels from fever. Unripe and decayed fruit should be avoided, and that which is ripe and sound should not be eaten in an excessive quantity. Spices, and particularly cayenne pepper, and the red pepper of our country, should be taken daily with food. Mr. Dewar, a British surgeon, tells us the French soldiers, while in Egypt, carried pepper in boxes with them, wherever they went, to eat with the fruits of the country, and thereby often escaped its diseases. The whole diet during the prevalence of intestinal diseases, when they are not highly inflammatory, should be of a cordial nature. A dysentery prevailed a few years ago upon the Potomac, in a part of the country which was inhabited by a number of Protestant and Catholic families. The disease was observed to exist only in the former. The latter, who ate of salted fish every Friday and occasionally ewe other days of the week, very generally escaped it. In the year 1759, a dysentery broke out in the village of Princeton in New Jersey and affected many of the students of the college. It was remarked that it passed by all those boys who came from the cities of New York and Philadelphia. This was ascribed to their having lived more upon tea and coffee than the farmers' sons in the college, for those cordial articles of diet were but rarely used, 46 years ago, in the farmhouses of the Middle States of America. I mentioned formerly that the cordial diet of the inhabitants of our cities was probably the reason why the dysentery so seldom prevailed as an epidemic in them. Another means of preventing the dysentery is by avoiding costiveness and by occasionally taking purging physic, even when the bee owls are in their natural state. A militia captain in the Pennsylvania service preserved his whole company from a dysentery which prevailed in a part of the Aimval of Fort Sirik and Army at Amboy. He preserved his family and many of his neighbors some years afterwards from the same disease by dividing among them a few pounds of purging salts. It was prevented a few years ago in the Academy of Bordentown in New Jersey by giving all the boys molasses in large quantities in their diet and drinks. The molasses probably acted only by keeping the bowels in a laxative state. As the dysentery is often excited by the dampness of the night air, great care should be taken to avoid it, and when necessarily exposed to it, to defend the bowels by more warmth than other parts of the body. The Egyptians, Mr. Dewar says, tie a belt about their bowels for that purpose, and with the happiest effects. To I come now, according to the order I proposed, to mention the means of preserving whole cities or communities from the influence of those morbid exhalations which produce the different forms of summer and autumnal disease, and in particular, that which is of a malignant nature. As the flight of a whole city is rarely practicable, it will be necessary to point out the means of destroying the morbid miasmata. 1. Where the putrid matters which emit them are of a small extent, they should be covered with water or earth. Purchas tells us, 500 persons less died of the plague the day after the Nile overflowed the grounds which had emitted the putrid exhalations that produced it than had died the day before. During the prevalence of a malignant fever, it will be unsafe to remove putrid matters. A plague was generated by an attempt to remove the filth which had accumulated on the banks of the waters which surround the city of Mantua during the summer and autumnal months. even a shower of rain, by disturbing the green pellicle which is sometimes formed over putrid matters, I shall mention in another place, has let loose exhalations that have produced a pestilential disease, 2 Pweb, impregnating the air with certain effluvia which act either by destroying miasmata by means of mixture, or by exciting a new action in the system, has in some instances checked the progress of a malignant fever. The air extricated from fermenting wines during a plentiful vintage, as Weisen tells us, has once checked the ravages of a plague in Germany. Ambrose Parry informs $. The plague was checked in a city in Italy by killing all the cats and dogs in the place, and leaving them to putrefy in the streets. Mr. Bruce relates that all those persons who lived in smoky houses in one of the countries which he visited escaped bilious fevers, and Dr. Clark mentions an instance in which several cooks, who were constantly exposed to smoke, escaped a fever which affected the whole crew of a galley. The yellow fever has never appeared within the limits of the effluvia of the sal ammoniac manufactory, nor of the tan pits in the suburbs of Philadelphia. Nor has the city of London been visited with a plague, since its inhabitants have used sea coal for fuel. But other causes have contributed more certainly to the exemption of that city from the plague for upwards of a century, one of which shall be mentioned under our next head. Desquinet tells us the infection of the plague never crosses the Nile, and that it is arrested by means of ditches dug and filled with water for that purpose. Dr. Whitman has remarked that the plague never passes from Abydos on the Turkish to Medo on the European side of the water of the Dardanelles, which forms the entrance to Constantinople. The yellow fever has never been known to pass from Philadelphia to the Jersey shore, and the miasmata generated on the east side of the Schuylkill rarely infect the inhabitants of the opposite side of the river. Many persons found safety from the plague of London in 1665 by flying to ships which lay in the middle of the Thames, and it is well known no instance of yellow fever occurred in those Philadelphia families that confined themselves to ships in the middle of the Delaware. In the year 1793, but 400 men on board a ship of war called the Jason, commanded by Captain Cotonouille, perished with an epidemic yellow fever in the year 1746 at St. Domingo. In consequence, Dr. Desportes says of her hold being constantly half filled with water. I have multiplied facts upon this subject because they lead to important conclusions. They show the immense consequence of frequently washing the streets and houses of cities, both to prevent and check pestilential fevers. What would be the effect of placing tubs of fresh water in the rooms of patients infected with malignant fevers, and in an atmosphere charged with putrid exhalation? Their efficacy in absorbing the matter which constitutes the odor of fresh paint favors a hope that they would be useful for that purpose. I have mentioned an instance in the account of the yellow fever in Philadelphia, in the year 1797, in which they were supposed to have been employed with evident advantage, intercepting the passage of miasmata to the inhabitants of cities. Varro, in his treatise Apoa Agriculture, relates that his namesake Varro, a Roman general, was in great danger of suffering with a large fleet and army from a malignant fever at Canira. Having discovered the course of the miasmata which produced it to be from the south, he fastened up all the southern windows and doors of the houses in which his troops were quartered, and opened new ones to the north, by which means he preserved them from the fever which prevailed in all the other houses of the town and neighborhood. Mr. Hawaru advises keeping the doors and windows of houses which are exposed to the plague constantly shut, except during the time of sunshine. Several other means have been recommended to preserve cities from malignant fevers during their prevalence, which are of doubtful efficacy or evidently hurtful. They are 5. Strewing lime over putrid matters. Dr. Dalzella says he once checked a bilious fever by spreading 12 barrels of lime on a piece of marshy ground, from whence the exhalations that produced it were derived. A mixture of quick lime and ashes and water, when thrown into a privy, discharges from it a large quantity of offensive air, and leaves it afterwards without a smell. As this foul air is discharged into the atmosphere, it has been doubted whether the lime and ashes should be used for that purpose, after a malignant fever has made its appearance. 6. Mr. Quinton Morveau has lately proposed that muriatic gas as a means of destroying miasmata. However effectual it may be in destroying the volatile and foul excretions which are discharged from the human body in confined situations, as in filthy jails, hospitals, and ships, it is not calculated to oppose the seeds of a disease which exist in the atmosphere and which are diffused over a large extent of city or country. Mr. Morveau ascribes great virtues to it in checking the malignant fever in Cadiz in 1801, but from the time at which it was used, being late in the autumn, there is more reason to believe it had run its ordinary course, or that it was destroyed by cold weather. 7. The explosion of gunpowder has been recommended for checking pestilential diseases. Mr. Quayton Morveau says it destroys the offensive odor of putrid exhalations, but does not act upon the fevers produced by them. 8. Washing the floors of houses with a solution of alkaline salts and water has been recommended by Dr. Mitchell as an antidote to malignant fevers. As yet, I believe there are no facts which establish the efficacy of the practice when they are produced by exhalations from decayed vegetable and animal substances in a putrid state. 9. Large fires have sometimes been made in cities in order to destroy the miasmata of pestilential diseases. They were obviously hurtful in the plague of London in the year 1665. Dr. Hodges, who relates this fact, says, "Heaven wept for the mistake of kindling them, and mercifully put them out with showers of rain. I cannot conclude this head without lamenting the want of laws in all our states, to compel physicians to make public the first cases of malignant fever that come under their notice. The cry of fire is not more useful to save a city from destruction than the early knowledge of such cases would be to save it from the ravages of pestilential and mortal epidemics. Hundreds of instances have occurred in all ages and countries in which they might have been stifled in their birth by the means that have been mentioned had this practice been adopted. But when and where will science, humanity, and government first combine to accomplish this salutary purpose? Most of our histories of mortal epidemics abound with facts which show a contrary disposition and conduct in physicians, rulers, and the people. I shall mention one of these facts only, to show how far we must travel over mountains of prejudice and error before we shall witness that desirable event. It is extracted from the second volume of the life of the late Empress of Russia. The Russian army, says the biographer, after defeating the Turks on entering their territories, were met by the plague and brought it to their country, where the folly of several of their generals contributed to its propagation, as if they thought by a military word of command to alter the nature of things. Lieutenant Volafort to General Stoffel at Yassy, where the pestilence raged in the winter of 1770, issued peremptory orders that its name should not be pronounced. He even obliged the physicians and surgeons to draw up a declaration in writing that it was only a spotted fever. One honest surgeon of the name of Kugi refused to sign it. In this manner, the season of prevention was neglected. Several thousand Russian soldiers were by this means carried off. The men fell dead upon the road in heaps. The number of burghers that died was never known, as they had run into the country and into the forests. At length, the havoc of death reached the general's own people. He remained true to his persuasion, left the town, and went into the more perilous camp. But his intrepidity availed him nothing. He died of the plague in July 1771-3. Let us now consider, in the last place, the means of exterminating malignant and other forms of summer and autumnal disease by removing their causes. These means are: 1. The removal or destruction of all those putrid matters formerly enumerated, which are Kepa article. B. Also, the institutions of the Jewish nation for this purpose are worthy of our imitation. The following verses contain a fund of useful knowledge upon this subject. Thou shalt have a place without the carnpy, whether thou shalt go forth abroad, and shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon, and it shall be when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith, and shalt turn back, and cover that which cometh from thee. For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp to deliver thee. Therefore shall he see no unclean thing in thee, and turn away from thee. Chapter 23, verses 12, 13, and 14. But the flesh of the bullock and in his skin and his dung shalt thou burn with fire without the camp. Exodus chapter 29, verse 14. The advantages of thus burying and removing all putrid matters, and of burning such as were disposed to a speedy putrefaction in a crowded camp, and in a warm climate, are very obvious. Their benefits have often been realized in other countries. The United Provinces of Holland hold their exemption from the plague only by the tenure of their cleanliness. In the character given by Luther of Piopajulius, he says, "He kept the streets of Rome so clean and sweet, that there were no plagues nor sicknesses during his time." The city of Oxford was prepared to Eyford an asylum to the Rovell family of Great Britain from the plague, when it ravaged London and other parts of England in the year 1665, only in consequence of its having been cleaned some years before by the Bishop of Winchester in a manuscript account of the life of Dr. afterwards Governor Colden of New York. There is the following fact. It was first communicated to the public in the Daily Gazette of the capital of that state on the 30th of October, 1799. A malignant fever having raged with exceeding violence for 2 summers successively in the city of New York about 40 years ago, he communicated his thoughts to the public on the most probable cure of the calamity. He published a little treatise on the occasion in which he collected the sentiments of the best authority on the bad effects of stagnating waters, moist air, damp cellars, filthy shores, and dirty streets. He showed how much these nuisances prevailed in many parts of the city, and pointed out the remedies. The corporation of the city voted him their thanks, adopted his reasoning, and established a plan for draining and cleaning the city, which was attended with the most happy effects. The advantages of burning awful matters, capable by putrefaction of producing fevers, has been demonstrated by those housekeepers who, instead of collecting the entrails of fish and poultry, and the parings and skins of vegetables in barrels, instantly throw them into their kitchen fires. The families of such persons are generally healthy, too. In the construction of cities, narrow streets and alleys should be carefully avoided. Deep lots should be reserved for yards and gardens for all the houses, and subterraneous passages should be dug to convey, when practicable, to running water, the contents of privies, and the foul water of kitchens. In cities that are wholly supplied with fresh water by pipes from neighboring springs or rivers, all the evils from privies might be prevented by digging them so deep as to connect them with water. Great advantages, it has been suggested, would arise in the construction of cities from leaving open squares, equal in number and size to those which are covered with houses. The light and dark squares of a checkerboard might serve as models for the execution of such a plan. The city of London, which had been afflicted nearly every year for above half a century by the plague, has never been visited by it since the year 1666. In that memorable year, while the inhabitants were venting their execrations upon a harmless bale of silks imported from Holland as the vehicle of the seeds of their late mortal epidemic, Heaven kindly pointed out and removed its cause. By permitting a fire to destroy whole streets and lanes of small wooden buildings, which had been dry reservoirs of filth for centuries, and thereby the sources of all the plagues of that city, and those streets and lanes were to London what Water Street and Farmers Row are to Philadelphia, Fells Point to Baltimore, the Slips and Docks to New York, and Water Street to the town of Norfolk. Where the different forms of summer and autumnal disease arise from marsh exhalations, they should be destroyed by drains, by wells communicating with their subterraneous springs, or by cultivating upon them certain grasses, which form a kind of mat over the soil, and when none of these modes of destroying them is practicable, by overflowing them with water. I have met with many excellent quotations from a work, upon this part of our subject, by Tozzetti, an Italian physician, from which I have no doubt much useful information might be obtained. The Reverend Thomas Hall, to whom I made an unsuccessful application for this work, speaks of it in his answer to my letter in the following terms. It is in such high estimation that the late Emperor Leopold, when Grand Duke of Tuscany, caused it to be reprinted at his own expense and presented it to his friends. The consequence of this was, it influenced the owners of low marshy grounds, in the neighborhood of the river Arno to drain and cultivate them, and thereby rendered the abode of noxious air and malignant fevers a terrestrial paradise. The summer and autumnal diseases of our country have often followed the erection of milldams. They may easily be obviated by surrounding those receptacles of water with trees, which prevent the sun's acting upon their shores, so as to exhale miasmata from them. Trees planted upon the sides of creeks and rivers near a house serve the same salutary purpose. 5. It has often been observed that families enjoy good health for many years in the swamps of Delaware and North Carolina, while they are in their natural state, but that sickness always follows the action of the rays of the sun upon the moist surface of the earth after they are cleared. For this reason, the cultivation of a country should always follow the cutting down of its timber, in order to prevent the new ground becoming, by its exhalations, a source of disease. 6th, in commercial cities, no vessel that arrives with a cargo of putrescent articles should ever be suffered to approach a wharf before the air that has been confined in her hold has been discharged. The same thing should be done after the arrival of a vessel from a distant or hot country, though her cargo be not capable of putrefaction. For air acquires a morbid quality by stagnating contiguous to wood under circumstances formerly mentioned. All these modes of removing the causes of malignant and yellow fevers, and of promoting strict and universal cleanliness, are of more consequence in the middle and northern states of America than in countries uniformly warm, inasmuch as the disease may be taken as often as our inhabitants are exposed to its source se. In the West Indies, a second attack of the yellow fever is prevented by the insensibility induced upon the system, by its being constantly exposed to the impressions of heat and exhalation. After a seasoning, as it is called, or a residence of 2 or 3 years in those islands, the miasmata affect the old settlers as they do the natives, all with mild remittance. Nearly the same thing takes place at Madras, in the East Indies, where Dr. Clark says the exhalations which bring on bilious fevers, colic, cholera, and spasmodic affections in newcomers produce a puking in the morning only in old residents. But very different is the condition of the inhabitants of the middle and northern states of America, in whom the winters prevent the acquisition of habits of insensibility to the heat and exhalations of the previous summer, and thus place them every year in the condition of newcomers in the West and East Indies, or of persons who have spent 2 or 3 years in a cold climate. This circumstance increases the danger of depopulation from our malignant epidemics, and should produce corresponding exertions to prevent them. In enumerating the various means of preventing and exterminating the malignant forms of fever, it may appear strange that I have said nothing of the efficacy of quarantines for that purpose. Did I believe these pages would be read only by the citizens of Pennsylvania, I would do homage to their prejudices by passing over this subject by a respectful and melancholy silence. But as it is probable they will fall into the hands of physicians and citizens of other states, I feel myself under an obligation to declare that I believe quarantines are of no toll, efficacy in preventing the yellow fever in any other way than by excluding the unwholesome air that is generated in the holds of ships, which may be done as easily in a single day as in weeks or months. They originate in error, and have been kept up by a supine and traditional faith in the opinions and conduct of our ancestors in medicine. Millions of dollars have been wasted by them. From their influence, the commerce, agriculture, and manufactures of our country have suffered for many years. But this is not all. Thousands of lives have been sacrificed by that faith in their efficacy, which has led to the neglect of domestic cleanliness. Distressing as these evils are, still greater have originated from them. For a belief in the contagious nature of the yellow fever, which is so solemnly enforced by the execution of quarantine laws, has demoralized our citizens. It has in many instances extinguished friendship, annihilated religion, and violated the sacraments of nature by resisting even the loud and vehement cries of filial and parental blood. While I thus deny the yellow fever to be the offspring of a specific contagion, and of course incapable of being imported so as to become an epidemic in any country, I shall admit presently that the excretions of a patient in this disease may, by confinement, become so accurate as to produce under circumstances to be mentioned hereafter a similar disease in a person, but from this person it cannot be communicated, if he possess only the common advantages of pure air and cleanliness. To enforce a quarantine law, therefore, under such a contingent circumstance, and at the expense of such a profusion of blessings as have been mentioned, is to imitate the conduct of the man who, in attempting to kill a fly upon his child's forehead, knocked out its brains. From the detail that has been given of the sources of malignant fevers and of the means of preventing them, it is evident that they do not exist by an unchangeable law of nature, and that heaven has surrendered every part of the globe to man in a state capable of being inhabited and enjoyed. The facts that have been mentioned show further the connection of health and longevity with the reason and labor of man. To every natural evil, the author of nature has kindly prepared an antidote. Pestilential fevers furnish no exception to this remark. The means of preventing them are as much under the power of human reason and industry as the means of preventing the evils of lightning and common fire. I am so satisfied of the truth of this opinion that I look for a time when our courts of law shall punish cities and villages for permitting any of the sources of bilious and malignant fevers to exist within their jurisdiction. I have repeatedly asserted the yellow fever of the United States not to be contagious. I shall now mention the proofs of that assertion, and endeavor to explain instances of its supposed contagion upon other principles. Facts intended to prove the yellow fever not to be contagious. Facts and C. When fevers are communicated from one person to another, it is always in one of the following ways. 1. By secreted matters. 2. By excreted matters. The smallpox and measles are communicated in the former way. The jail, or as it is sometimes called, the ship or camp, and hospital fever, is communicated only by means of the excretions of the body. The perspiration, by acquiring a morbid and irritating quality more readily than any other excretion, in consequence of its stagnation and confinement to the body in a tedious jail fever, is the principal means of its propagation. The perspiration is, moreover, predisposed to acquire this more of the annals of medicine, bid and acrid quality by the filthiness, scanty, or bad element, and depression of mind, which generally precede that fever. It is confined to sailors, passengers, soldiers, prisoners, and patients in foul and crowded ships, tents, jails, and hospitals, and to poor people who live in small, damp, and confined houses. It prevails chiefly in cool and cold weather, but is never epidemic, for the excreted matters which produce the fever do not float in the external atmosphere, nor are they communicated, so as to produce disease more than a few feet from the persons who exhale them. They are sometimes communicated by means of the clothes which have been worn by the sick, and there have been instances in which the fever has been produced by persons who had not been confined by it, but who had previously been exposed to all the causes which generate it. It has been but little known in the United States since the Revolutionary War, at which time it prevailed with great mortality in the hospitals and camps of the American Army. It has now and then appeared in ships that were crowded with passengers from different parts of Europe. It is a common disease in the manufacturing towns of Great Britain, where it has been the subject of several valuable publications, particularly by Dr. Smith and Dr. John Hunter. Dr. Haygarth has likewise written upon it, but he has unfortunately confounded it with the West India and American yellow fever, which differs from it in prevailing chiefly in warm climates and seasons, in being the offspring of dead and putrid vegetable and animal matters, in affecting chiefly young and robust habits, in being generally accompanied with a diseased state of the stomach, and an obstruction or preternatural secretion and excretion of bile, in terminating most commonly within 7 days, in becoming epidemic only by means of an impure atmosphere, and in OI furnishing ordinarily those excretions which, when received into other bodies, reproduce the same disease. I have been compelled to employ this tedious description of two forms of fever widely different from each other in their causes, symptoms, and duration, from the want of two words which shall designate them. Dr. Miller has boldly and ingeniously proposed to remedy this deficiency in our language by calling the former idiomiasmatic and the latter koinomiasmatic fevers, their MV denoting their private or personal and their public or common origin. My best wishes attend the adoption of those terms. I return to remark that the yellow fever is not contagious in its simple state, and that it spreads exclusively by means of exhalations from putrid matters, which are diffused in the air. This is evident from the following considerations. 1. It does not spread by contagion in the West Indies. This has been proved in the most satisfactory manner by doctors. Hilary Huck, Hunter, Hector Moline, Clark Jackson, Borland, Pinkard, and Scott. Dr. Chisholm stands alone among modern physicians in maintaining a contrary opinion. It would be easy to prove from many passages in the late edition of the doctor's learned and instructive volumes that he has been mistaken, and that the disease was an endemic of every island in which he supposed it to be derived from contagion. A just idea of the great incorrectness of all his statements in favor of his opinion may be formed from the letter of J.F. Eckerd, Esquire, Danish consul in Philadelphia, to Dr. James Mies, published in a late number of T. He New York Medical Repository. 2. The yellow fever does not spread in the country when carried thither from the cities of the United States. It does not spread in yellow fever hospitals when they are situated beyond the influence of the impure air in which it is generated. 4. It does not spread in cities, as will appear hereafter, from any specific matter emitted from the bodies of sick people. 5. It generally requires the cooperation of an exciting cause with miasmata to produce it. This is never the case with diseases which are universally acknowledged to be contagious. 6. It is not propagated by the artificial means which propagate contagious diseases. Dr. Efferth inoculated himself above 20 times. In different parts of his body, with the black matter discharged from the stomachs of patients in the yellow fever, and several times with the serum of the blood and the saliva of patients ill with that disease, without being infected by them. Nor was he indisposed after swallowing half an ounce of the black matter recently ejected from the stomach, nor by exposing himself to the vapor which was produced by throwing a quantity of that matter upon iron heated over a fire. To the first 4 of these assertions, there are some seeming exceptions in favor of the propagation of this fever by contagion. I shall briefly mention them, and endeavor to explain them upon other principles. The circumstances which seem to favor the communication of the yellow fever from one person to another, by means of what has been supposed to be contagion, are as follow. 1. A patient being attended in a small, filthy, and close room. The excretions of the body, when thus accumulated, undergo an additional putrefactive process and acquire the same properties as those putrid animal matters which are known to produce malignant fevers. I have heard of 2 or 3 instances in which a fever was produced by these means in the country, remote from the place where it originated, as well as from every external source of putrid exhalation. The plague is sometimes propagated in this way in the low and filthy huts which Liszt in June 1804 composed the alleys and narrow streets of Cairo, Smyrna, and Constantinople. 2. A person sleeping in the sheets or upon a bed impregnated with the sweats or other excretions, or being exposed to the smell of the foul linen or other clothing of persons who had the yellow fever. The disease here, as in the former case, is communicated in the same way as from any other putrid animal matters. It was once received in Philadelphia from the effluvia of a chest of unwashed clothes, which had belonged to one of our citizens who had died with it in Barbados, but it extended no further in a large family than to the person who opened the chest. I have heard of but 2 instances more of its having been propagated by these means in the United States, in which case the disease perished with the unfortunate subjects of it. To the above insulated cases of the yellow fever being produced by the clothing of persons who had died of it, I shall oppose a fact communicated to me by Dr. Mies, while the doctor resided at the Lazaretto as inspector of sickly vessels. Between May 1794 and the same month in 1798, the clothing contained in the chests and trunks of all the seamen and others belonging to Philadelphia, who had died of the yellow fever in the West Indies, or on their passage home, and the linen of all the persons who had been sent from the city to the lazaretto with that disease, amounting in all to more than 100, were opened, exposed to the air, and washed by the family of the steward of the hospital, and yet no one of them contracted the least indisposition from them. I am disposed to believe the linen or any other clothing of a person in good health that had been strongly impregnated with sweats, and afterwards suffered to putrefy in a confined place, would be more apt to produce a yellow fever in a summer or autumnal month than the linen of a person who had died of that disease, with the usual absence of a moisture on the skin. The changes which the healthy excretions by the pores undergo by putrefaction may easily be conceived by recollecting the offensive smell which a pocket handkerchief acquires that has been used for 2 or 3 days to wipe away the sweat of the face and hands in warm weather. The protraction of a yellow fever to such a period as to dispose it to assume the symptoms, and to generate the peculiar and highly volatilized exhalation from the pores of the skin which takes place in the jail fever. I am happy in finding I am not the author of this opinion. Sir John Pringle, Dr. Monro, and Dr. Hillary speak of a contagious fever produced by the combined action of marsh and human miasmata. The first of those physicians supposes the Hungarian bilious fever, which prevailed over the continent of Europe in the 17th century, was sometimes propagated in this way, as well as by marsh and other putrid exhalations. Dr. Richard Pearson, in his observations upon the bilious fevers which prevailed in the neighborhood of Birmingham, in England, in the years 1797, 1798, and 1799, has the following remark. In its first stage, this fever did not appear to be contagious, but it evidently was so after the 11th and 14th day, when the typhoid state was induced. As this protracted state of bilious fever rarely occurs in our country, it has seldom been communicated in this way. It is not peculiar, I believe, to a bilious and yellow fever, when much protracted beyond its ordinary duration, to put on the symptoms of the jail fever. The same appearances occur in the pleurisy, D. page 13, bile ails, and in other of what Dr. Sydenham calls intercurrent fevers, all of which I have no doubt, under certain circumstances of filth, confinement, and long duration, would produce a fever in persons who were exposed to it. This fever, if the weather were cold, would probably put on inflammatory symptoms and be added in our nosologies to the class of contagious diseases, from the necessary influence of time, in thus rendering fevers of all kinds now and then contagious by excretion. It follows that the yellow fever, when of its usual short duration, is incapable of generating that excretion, and that, instead of beans, considered as the enlevé form of bilious fever that possesses a power of propagating itself, it should be considered as the only one that is devoid of it. 4. Miasmata, whether from marshes or other external sources, acting upon a system previously impregnated with the excreted matters which produce the jail or ship fever. Mr. Lempriere informs us that he saw what were supposed to be cases of yellow fever communicated by some sailors who brought the seeds of the ship fever with them to the island of Jamaica. The fevers which affected most of the crews of the Hussar frigate mentioned by Dr. Trotterine, and of the Busbridge Indiaman described by Mr. Bryceff, appear to have been the effect of the combined operation of foul air in those ships, and human excretions upon their systems. The disease was barely tinged with bilious symptoms, and hence the facility with which it was cured, for the jail fever more readily yields to medicine than the yellow fever. The former was probably excited by some latent exhalation from dead matters in the holds of the ships, and hence we find it ceased on shore, where it was deprived of its exciting cause. It is true, great pains were taken to clean the hold and decks of the Busbridge, but there are foul matters which adhere to the timbers of ships, and which, according to Dr. Lind, are sometimes generated by those timbers when new, that are not to be destroyed by any of the common means employed for that purpose. Of this Dr. Colic has furnished us with a most satisfactory proof in his history of the yellow fever, which prevailed on board of the frigate General Greene on her voyage to the Havana in the year 1799. The air in the hold of the vessel, says the doctor, was so contaminated as to extinguish lights. MET Annals of Medicine, Vol. IP 116. Dietly and candles in the cockpit were almost as useless from the same cause. The fish were thrown overboard and the decks washed and scoured, the ventilator and wind sails put in motion, and every measure of purification adopted that their situation allowed. Notwithstanding these precautions, disease invaded us. The men were unceasing in their exertions to purify the ship, washing, scouring with vinegar, burning powder and vinegar, old junk and sulfur, added to constant ventilation, proved unequal even to the amelioration of their calamities. While they were in the latitude of great heat, after the removal of the sick, the ship was disburthened of her stores, ballast, AECC, cleansed and whitewashed throughout. Still new eases occurred for nearly 2 months. Some days, 2, 3, or 4 were sent off to the hospital, which would seem to indicate the retention of some portion of this noxious principle, which is lodged beyond the reach of the cleansing process. That this noxious principle or matter existed in the ship, and not in the bodies of the crew, is evident from its not having been communicated in a single instance by 100 of them who were sent to an hospital on Rhode Island. Notwithstanding an intercourse sufficient to propagate, it was necessarily kept up with the inhabitants. Even their nurses did not take it. 5. A fifth instance in which contagion has been supposed to take place in the yellow fever is where the exhalation from the excretions of a patient in that disease acts as an exciting cause in persons previously impregnated with the marsh or other external miasmata which produce it. The activity of this exhalation, even when it is attended with no smell, is so great as to induce sickness, head-ache, vertigo, and fainting. It is not peculiar to the exhalations from such patients to produce morbid effects upon persons who visit them. The odor emitted by persons in the confluent smallpox has been known to produce the same symptoms, together with a subsequent fever and aphthous sore throat. This has been remarked long ago by Dr. Lind, and latterly by Dr. Willan in his reports of the diseases of London, that the yellow fever is often excited in this way without the intervention of a supposed specific contagion. I infer from its sometimes spreading through whole families who have breathed the same impure atmosphere with the person first infected by the fever. Eve Peach 13 and 113. This is more especially the case where the impression made by the exhalation from the sick person is assisted by fear, fatigue, or anxiety of mind in other branches of the family. In favor of this mode of exciting the yellow fever, Dr. Otto communicated to me the following fact. In the autumn of the year 1798, it prevailed upon the shores of the Delaware in Gloucester County in New Jersey. A mild remittent prevailed at the same time on the high grounds a few miles from the river. During this time, the doctor observed, if a person who had inhaled the seeds of the yellow fever in Philadelphia afterwards came into a family near the river, the same disease appeared in several instances in one or more branches of that family. But where persons brought the fever from the city and went into a family on the high grounds, where the mild remittance prevailed, there was not a single instance of a yellow fever being excited by them in any of its members. This fact is important and of extensive application. It places the stimulus from the breath, or other exhalations of persons affected by the yellow fever, upon a footing with intemperance, fatigue, heat, and all the common exciting causes of the disease, none of which, it is well known, can produce it, except in persons who have previously inhaled the putrid miasmata, which in all countries are its only remote cause. The city of Philadelphia has furnished, in all our yellow fever years, many additional proofs of the correctness of Dr. Otto's remark. In the months of July and August, when miasmata are generally local and float chiefly near to their hotbeds, the docks and holds of ships, persons who are affected by these miasmata and sicken in other parts of the city, never communicate the disease. But after the less prepared and heterogeneous filth of our whole city has been acted on by an autumnal as well as summer sun, so as to emit pestilential exhalations into all our streets and alleys, the fever is now and then excited in the manner that has been mentioned by a single person in a whole family. The common intermittents of the southern states are often excited in the same way, without being suspected of spreading by contagion. Even the jail or hospital fever is vindicated by Dr. Hunter from the highly contagious nature which has been ascribed to it, Upon the same principle, his words, which are directly to my purpose, are as follows. Tegion, meaning of the jail or hospital fever, I am not inclined to impute to this cause the fevers of all those who are taken ill in one family after the first, as they are all along exposed to the same vitiated air which occasions the first fever. In like manner, when a poor woman visits some of her sick neighbors and is taken ill herself, and afterward some of her children, I would not impute the disease to infection alone, she and her family having previously lived in the same kind of vitiated air which originally produced the fever. If the cases in which the infection meets with the poison already half formed be accepted, the disease in itself will be found to be much less infectious than has been commonly supposed. By the modes of communicating the yellow fever which had been admitted, the dysentery and all the milder forms of autumnal fever have been occasionally propagated, and perhaps oftener than the first-named disease, from their being more apt to run on to the typhus or chronic state. Of this, I could adduce many proofs, not only from books, but from my own observations, but none of these diseases spread by contagion, or become epidemic from that cause in any country. A contrary opinion, I know, is held by Dr. Cleghorn and Dr. Clark, but they have deceived themselves, as they formerly deceived me, by not attending to the difference between secreted contagions and morbid excretions from the body produced by the causes which have been enumerated, and which are rare and accidental concomitants of bilious or summer diseases. 6. The last instance of supposed contagion of the yellow fever is said to arise from the effluvia of a putrid body that has died of that disease. The effluvia, in this case, act either as the putrefied excretions mentioned under the first head, or as an exciting cause upon miasmata, previously received into the system. A dead body in a state of putrefaction from any other disease would produce, under the same circumstances of season and predisposition, the same kind and degrees of fever. The similarity of the fever induced by the means that have been enumerated with the fever from which it was derived has been supposed to favor the opinion of its being communicated by a specific contagion. But let it be recollected that the yellow fever is, at the time of its being supposed to be thus received, the reigning epidemic, and that irritants of all kinds necessarily produce that disease. The morbid sweats which now and then produce an intermitting fever, and the alvine excretions which occasionally produce a dysentery, act only by exciting morbid actions in the system, which conform in their symptoms to an immutable and universal law of epidemics. It is only when those two diseases generally prevail that they seem to produce each other. Thus have I explained all the supposed cases of aphantagion of the yellow fever. To infer from the solitary instances of it thus excited is to reason as incorrectly as to say the smallpox is not contagious, because we now and then meet with persons which cannot be infected by it. From the explanation that has been given of the instances of supposed contagion of the yellow fever, we are compelled to resort to certain noxious qualities in the atmosphere, as the exclusive causes of the prevalence, not only of that fever, but, with a few exceptions, of all other epidemic diseases. It is true, we are as yet ignorant of the precise nature of those qualities in the air which produce epidemics, but their effects are as certainly felt by the human body as the effects of heat. And yet who knows the nature of that great and universal principle of activity in our globe? That the yellow fever is propagated by means of an impure atmosphere at all times, and in all places, I infer from the following facts. 1. It appears only in those climates and seasons of the year in which heat, acting upon moist animal and vegetable matters, fills the air with their putrid exhalations. A vertical sun pouring its beams for ages upon a dry soil, and swamps defended from the influence of the sun by extensive forests, have not in a single instant produced this disease. 2. It is unknown in places where a connection is not perceptible between it and marshes, mill ponds, docks, gutters, sinks, unventilated ships, and other sources of noxious air. The truth of this remark is established by the testimonies of Dr. Lind and Dr. Chisholm, and by many facts in Lempriere's excellent history of the diseases of Jamaica. Dr. Davidson furnished me with a striking confirmation of their remarks in the following extract from a letter dated November 12, 1794. I have mentioned, says the doctor, an instance of the remarkable good health which the 66th Regiment enjoyed at St. Paul. Vincent's for several years upon a high hill above the town, removed from all exhalations, and in a situation kept at all times cool by the blowing of a constant trade wind. They did not lose during 18 months. Above 2 or 3 men, the regiment was completed to the peace establishment, and during 8 years they lost but 2 officers, one of whom, the quartermaster, resided constantly in town and died from over-fatigue. The other arrived very ill from Antigua, and died within a few days afterwards, Fall 4th. 2H in the United States, no advocate for the specific nature or importation of the yellow fever, has ever been able to discover a single case of it beyond the influence of an atmosphere rendered impure by putrid exhalations. It is no objection to the truth of this remark that malignant bilious fevers sometimes appear upon the summits of hills, while their declivities and the valleys below are exempted from them. The miasmata in all these cases are arrested by those heights, and are always to be traced to putrefaction and exhalation in their neighborhood. Nor is it any objection to the indissoluble connection between putrid exhalations and the yellow fever which has been mentioned, that the disease sometimes appears in places remote from the source of miasmata in time and place. The bilious pleurisy, which occur in the winter and spring after a sickly autumn, prove that they are retained in section body for many months. And although they are sometimes limited in their extent to a single house, and often to a village, a city in the banks of a creek or river, yet they are now and then carried to a much greater distance. Mr. Lempriere, in his valuable observations upon the diseases of the British Army in Jamaica, informs us that Kingston is sometimes rendered sickly by exhalations from a lagoon, which lies 20 miles to the eastward of town. The greater or less distance to which miasmata are carried from the place where they are generated appears to depend upon their quantity, upon the force and duration of currents of wind which act upon them, and upon their being more or less opposed by rivers, woods, water, houses, wells, or mountains. 3. It is destroyed, like its fraternal diseases, the common bilious and intermitting fevers by means of long-continued and heavy rains. When rains are heavy, but of short duration, they suspend it only in warm weather. But when they are succeeded by cold weather, they destroy all the forms of bilious fever, always ceased about the autumnal equinox. For at that time, says the doctor, rain falls in such torrents as to tear up trees by the roots, carry away cattle, break down fences, and do considerable mischief to the gardens and vineyards. But after a long and scorching summer, they are very acceptable and beneficial, for they mitigate the excessive heat of the air, and give T. Clark on the diseases of long voyages to hot climates, p. 116. A check to epidemical diseases. There are facts, however, which would seem to contradict the assertion that miasmata are suspended or destroyed by heavy rains. Dr. Lind, in his treatise upon the diseases of hot climates, mentions instances in which they suddenly created fevers. It is probable in these cases, the rains may have had that effect by disturbing the pellicle which time often throws over the surface of stagnating pools of water and putrid matters on dry land. I was led to entertain this opinion by a fact mentioned in a letter I received from Dr. Davidson, dated November 4th, 1794. Being ordered, says the doctor, up to Barbados last November upon service, I found that the troops had suffered considerably by that formidable scourge, the yellow fever. The season had been remarkably dry. It was observed a rainy season contributed to make the season healthier, excepting at Constitution Hill, where the 6th Regiment was stationed, and where a heavy shower of rain seldom failed to bring back the fever after it ceased for some time. I found the barrack, where this regiment was, surrounded by a pond of brackish water, which, being but imperfectly drained by the continuance of the drought, the surface was covered with a green scum, which prevented the exhalation of marshy putrefaction. After a heavy shower of rain, this scum was broken, and the miasmata evolved and acted with double force according to the time of their secretion. 4. It is completely destroyed by frost. As neither rains nor frosts act in sick rooms nor affect the bodies of sick people, they must annihilate the disease by acting exclusively upon the atmosphere. Very different in their nature are the smallpox and measles, which are propagated by specific contagion. They do not wait for the suns of July or August, nor do they require an impure atmosphere or an exciting cause to give them activity. They spread in the winter and spring as well as in the summer and autumnal months. Wet and dry weather do not arrest their progress, and frost, so fatal to the yellow fever, by rendering it necessary to exclude cold air from sick rooms, increases the force of their contagion, and thereby propagates them more certainly through a country. 5. It is likewise destroyed by intense heat and high winds. The latter, we are sure, like heavy rains and frost, do not produce that salutary effect by acting upon the bodies or in the rooms of sick people. It is worthy of notice that while the activity of miasmata is destroyed by cold, when it descends to frost, by heat when it is so intense as to dry up all the sources of putrid exhalation, by heavy rains when they are succeeded by cool weather, and by high winds when they are not succeeded by warm weather. They are rendered more active by cool, warm, and damp weather, and by light winds. The influence of damp weather in retaining and propagating miasmata will be readily admitted by recollecting how much more easily hounds track their prey, and how much more extensively odors of all kinds pervade the atmosphere when it is charged with moisture than in dry weather. It has been asked if putrid matters produce malignant bilious fevers in our cities. Why do they not produce them in Lisbon and in several other of the filthiest cities in the south of Europe? To this, I answer that filth and dirt are two distinct things. The streets of a city may be very dirty, that is, covered with mud composed of inoffensive clay, sand, or lime, and at the same time be perfectly free from those filthy vegetable and animal matters which, by putrefaction, contaminate the air. But admitting the streets of those cities to abound with the filthy matters that produce pestilential diseases in other countries, it is possible the exhalations from them may be so constant and so powerful in their impressions upon the bodies of the inhabitants as to produce from habit no morbid effects or but feeble diseases, as was remarked formerly, is the case in the natives and old settlers in the East and West Indies. But if this explanation be not satisfactory, it may be resolved into a partial absence of an inflammatory constitution of the air, which I shall say presently must concur in producing pestilential diseases. Such deviations from uniformity in the works of nature are universal. In the present instances, they no more invalidate the general proposition of malignant fevers being everywhere of domestic origin than the exemption of Ireland from venomous reptiles proves they are not generated in other countries, or that the pleurisy and rheumatism are not the effects of the alternate action of cold and heat upon the body, because hundreds, who have been exposed to them under equal circumstances, have not been affected by those diseases. There may be other parts of the world in which putrid matters do not produce bilious malignant diseases from the causes that have been mentioned, or from some unknown cause, but I am safe in repeating there never was a bilious epidemic yellow fever that could not be traced to putrid exhalation. It has been asked, if the yellow fever be not imported, why does it make its first appearance among sailors and near the docks and wharves of our cities? I answer, this is far from being true. The disease has as often appeared first at a distance from the shores of our cities as near them, but from its connection with a ship not being discovered, it has been called by another name, but where the first cases of it occur in sailors. I believe the seeds of it are always previously received by them from our filthy docks and wharves, or from the foul air which is discharged with the cargoes of the ships in which they have arrived, which seeds are readily excited in them by hard labor or intemperance, so as to produce the disease. That this is the case is further evident from its appearing in them only in those months in which the bilious fever prevails in our cities. It has been asked further, why were not these bilious malignant fevers more common before the years 1791, 1793, and 1793? To this I answer by repeating what was mentioned in another placing, that our climate has been gradually undergoing a change. The summers are more alternated by hot and cool, and wet and dry weather than in former years. The winters are likewise less uniformly cold. Grass is 2 or 3 weeks later in the spring and affording pasture to cattle than it was within the memory of many thousand people. Above all, the summer has encroached upon the autumn, and hence the frequent accounts we read in our newspapers of trees blossoming, of full-grown strawberries and raspberries being gathered, and of cherries and apples of a considerable size being seen in the months of October and November in all the middle states. By means of this protraction of the heat of summer, more time is given for the generation of putrid exhalations, and possibly for their greater concentration and activity in producing malignant bilious diseases. It has been asked again, why do not the putrid matters which produce the yellow fever in some years produce it every year? This question might be answered by asking two others first. Why, if the yellow fever be derived from the West Indies, was it not imported every year before 1791, and before the existence, or during the feeble and partial operation of quarantine? It is no answer to this question to say that a war is necessary to generate the disease in the islands, for it exists in some of them at all times, and the seasons of its prevalence in our cities have, in many instances, fallen forth. 2. I had no connection with war, nor with the presence of European armies in those and in other sickly parts of the globe during the 7 years Revolutionary War. It was unknown as an epidemic in the United States. And yet, sailors arrived in all our cities daily from sickly islands in small and crowded vessels, and sometimes covered with the rags they had worn in the yellow fever in British hospitals and jails. I asked Toodley, why does the dysentery, which is certainly a domestic disease, rise up in our country and spread sickness and death through whole families and villages and disappear from the same places for 15 or 20 years afterwards? The want of uniformity in the exhalations of our country in producing those diseases depends upon their no, combined with more or less heat or moisture, upon the surface of the earth being completely dry or completely covered with water. Yellow fever not contagious, 251 upon different currents of winds, or the total absence of wind upon the disproportion of the temperature of the air in the day and night, upon the quantity of dew, upon the early or late appearance of warm or cold weather, and upon the predisposition of the body to disease derived from the quality of the aliments of the season. A similar want of uniformity in the annual operations of our climate appears in the size and quality of grain, fruits, and vegetables of all kinds, but the greater violence and mortality of our bilious fevers than in former years must be sought for chiefly in an inflammatory or malignant constitution of the atmosphere, the effects of which have been no less obvious upon the smallpox, measles, and the intercurrent fevers of Dr. Sydenham than they are upon the summer and autumnal disease that has been mentioned. This malignant state of the air has been noticed under different names by all the writers upon epidemics, from Hippocrates down to the present day. It was ascribed by the venerable father of physic, marshes, or low grounds, owing to their being so completely covered with water as to be incapable of generating, by putrefaction, the miasmata which produce those forms of disease. To a divine something in the atmosphere, Dr. Sydenham, whose works abound with references to it, supposes it to be derived from a mineral exhalation from the bowels of the earth. From numerous other testimonies of a belief in the influence of the insensible qualities of the air altering the character of epidemics, I shall select the following. It is certain, says Dr. Moseley, that diseases undergo changes and revolutions. Some continue for a succession of years and vanish when they have exercised the temporary but secret cause which produced them. Others have appeared and disappeared suddenly, and others have their periodical returns. The doctor ascribes a malignant fever among the dogs in Jamaica, improperly called from one of its symptoms, hydrophobia, to a change in the atmosphere. In the year 1783, it was said to have been imported, but experience, he says, proved the fact to be otherwise. This latent malignity in the atmosphere, says Baron van Swieten, is known only by its effects and cannot easily be reduced to any known species. Yelksrow fever, not contagious. 253 of acrimony. In another place he says, it seems certain that this unknown matter disposes all the humors to a sudden and bad putrefaction. Dr. John Stedman has related many facts in his essay upon insalutary constitutions of the air, which prove that diseases are influenced by a quality in it which he says is productive of corruption, but which has hitherto eluded the researches of physician staff. Mr. Lempriere, after mentioning the unusual mortality occasioned by the yellow fever within the last 5 or 6 years in the island of Jamaica, ascribes it wholly to that particular constitution of atmosphere upon which the existence of epidemics at one period, rather than another, depend. Not only diseases bear testimony to a change in the atmosphere, but the whole vegetable and animal creation concur in it, proofs of which were mentioned in another place. 3 things are ref page 135. Pound volume 2 pp 31, markable with respect to this inflammatory constitution of the air. 1. It is sometimes of a local nature, and influences the diseases of a city or country, while adjoining cities and countries are exempted from it. 2. It much oftener pervades a great extent of country. This was evident in the years 1793 and 1794 in the United States. During the same years, the yellow fever prevailed in most of the West India Islands. Many of the epidemics mentioned by Dr. Sims in the first volume of the Medical Memoirs affected in the same years the most remote parts of the continent of Europe. Even the ocean partakes of a morbid constitution of its atmosphere, and diseases at sea sympathize in violence with those of the land, at an immense distance from each other. This appears in a letter from a surgeon on board a British ship of war to Mr. Gooch, published in the 3rd volume of his Medical and Surgical Observations. 3. The predisposing state of the atmosphere to induce malignant diseases continues for several years under all the circumstances of wet and dry, and of hot and cold weather. This will appear from attending to the accounts which have been given of the weather in all the years in which the yellow fevers has prevailed in Philadelphia since 1792. The remark is confirmed by all the records of malignant epidemics. It is to no purpose to say the presence of the peculiar matter which constitutes an inflammatory or malignant state of the air has not been detected by any chemical agents. The same thing has been justly said of the exhalations which produce the bilious, intermitting, remitting, and yellow fever. No experiment that has yet been made has discovered their presence in the air. The eudiometer has been used in vain for this purpose. In one experiment made by Dr. Gattani, the air from a marsh at the mouth of the river Vataline was found to be apparently purer by 2 degrees than the air on a neighboring mountain, which was 2,880 feet higher than the sea wall. The inhabitants of the mountain were notwithstanding healthy, while those who lived in the neighborhood of the marsh were annually afflicted with bilious and intermitting fevers. The contagions of the smallpox and measles consist of matter, and yet who has ever discovered this matter in the air? We infer the existence of F. Alibert's dissertation sur les fievres pernicieuses et ataxiques intermittentes, p. 185. Those remote causes of diseases in the atmosphere only from their effects, of the existence of putrid exhalations in it. There are other evidences besides bilious and yellow fevers. They are sometimes the objects of the sense of smelling. We see them in the pale or sallow complexions of the inhabitants of the countries which generate them, and we observe them occasionally in the diseases of several domestic animals. The most frequent of these diseases are inflammation, tubercles, and ulcers in the liver. Dr. Cleghorn describes a diseased state of that viscus in cattle in an unhealthy part of the island of Minorca. Dr. Granger takes notice of several morbid appearances in the livers of domestic animals in Holland in the year 1743. But the United Statists have furnished facts to illustrate the truth of this remark. Mr. James Wardrope, near Richmond in Virginia, informed me that in August 1794, at a time when bilious fever prevalent in his neighborhood, his cattle were seized with a disease, which I said formerly is known by the name of the yellow water, and which appears to be a true yellow fever. They were attacked with a staggering, their eyes were muddy or ferocious. A costiveness attended in all cases. It killed in 2 days. 52 of his cattle perished by it. Upon opening the bodies of several of them, he found the liver swelled and ulcerated. The blood was dissolved in the veins. In the bladder of one of them, he found 13 pints of blood and water. Similar appearances were observed in the livers of sheep in the neighborhood of Cadiz. in the year 1799 during the prevalence of the yellow fever in that city. They were considered as such unequivocal marks of an unwholesome atmosphere among the ancients that they examined the livers of domestic animals in order to determine on the healthy or unhealthy situation of the spot on which they wished to live.